Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ray Hobbs here with the Un X Network, here to deliver you live coverage of the U.S. House of Representatives Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence briefing on UFOs here on the Un X Network. It's good to see all of you this morning, and we're going to give it a little bit of time to let everyone load up into the stream. And while we do that, we're going to bring on my very good friend, Mr. Micah Hanks. So let's do that. Get Micah Hanks in here. Good morning, Mr. Hanks from the beautiful North Carolina mountains. How are you?
Well, it's certainly beautiful here in North Carolina this morning, and big day. I was telling, the debrief team late last night, at least those who are night owls, got to remember my colleague Tim McMillan is several hours ahead over in Germany. A bunch of others are further west than I am here on the East Coast, so I kind of occupy that space in the middle. Many longtime listeners probably already know that. And I told everybody last night, I'm going to try and sleep. And eventually I did. But it's like the kid before Christmas morning syndrome. Again, we can't emphasize enough. These are historic developments. For the first time in more than half a century, Congress putting significant attention toward a long, ridiculed subject, one that has been perhaps far too stigmatized. Now they're taking it seriously. They're open-minded. And in that sense, of course, not saying, hey, let's go study them aliens. No, they're saying, let's get to the bottom of what this is, what the national security implications of the presence of these objects in our airspace may be. Let's look at, what the American people deserve to know about what the government is learning. And let's just have an open hearing. Well, at least for the first portion. And of course, as we're going to discuss in this pre-hearing coverage, there's the part that the public will hear. And then thereafter, there's going to be the closed classified session. But I'm eager to, participate in this, to present this coverage with you here this morning. We're going to be doing some live blogging about this over there at thedebrief.org during the hearings. And I know we're all going to be watching in the aftermath to see what the political, what the social, what the cultural implications and ramifications are of what goes down today.
That's fantastically said, Micah, because, when this all first come about and all this, because there's been behind the scenes, there's been an awful lot of talk about, there's something working, there's something in the works, and there's wheels are turning. And also all too often when this chatter is in the background, let's say, some things pop up and actually, come to fruition. But most of the time it's like, no, it didn't. Well, it didn't work out. It didn't pan out. We're going to try another route or whatever. Things it's just not the right time or whatever the case may be. And I kind of felt like, because I've been hearing things for months behind the scenes, and I've had friends that have made trips to Capitol Hill and colleagues and, let's just say it. They're up there talking to lawmakers. They're up there briefing people on Capitol Hill about the subject. These guys are, real contactees, let's say, people who have been exposed firsthand to real events with credibility, with credentials, and with a large amount of evidence to back it up and witness statements to back them up. So they sit down to our lawmakers and our political officials, and the chatter continues in the background. And then all of a sudden, bang, we get this announcement that they're going to do it. They're going to have hearings for the first time in 50 years. Micah, could we be making history today?
I believe that would be an understatement, my friend. And, the long-standing question of, are there objects in our airspace which currently our military can't identify? The scientific community maybe hasn't in years past put as much attention toward this issue, but those who have said, we can't identify these either. Indeed, this is perhaps a very necessary first step with regard to trying to overcome some of the attitudes that have been projected toward this topic. If we look back in history, again, I'm a history person, but I also love the history of science. And if we look at the history of science, I mean, as recently as the 19th century, there would have been, some of the most storied names in academia laughing at you if you proposed that stones could actually fall from the sky.
That's true.
If you said that there were invisible organisms, not really invisible, but just so small that the human eye couldn't perceive them, and that they could be all over your hands, and that they could actually spread diseases. Again, the most learned individuals in the history of science at various times throughout history, yet again, would have mocked you. They would have scorned you. The classic examples, of course, those who, in the name of science and who putting forward what at the time were controversial ideas, and sometimes also meeting an untimely death at the hands of authorities who were, too fearful, I think it's fair to say, of what the implications of these scientific realities might be. This has been a part of the history of science time and time and time again. And we have to ask ourselves in the here and now, as enlightened a society as we think we are, how sure are we that we have unraveled really all the mysteries of the universe? And are we prepared to accept that indeed there may still be right under our noses a few significant discoveries? That is at least the possibility that this discussion affords us. And so again, I hope that as far as lawmakers participating in this and actively playing a role in bringing attention to this, again, I couldn't imagine a more significant way that this could be done on Capitol Hill than to hold open congressional hearings before a House panel, as we're going to see here within the hour. This hopefully will be a necessary first step in changing the cultural attitude and addressing a problem which, again, I do think, as the history of science has shown us before, will one day be recognized as yet another milestone in the not only discovery of phenomena in the universe, and maybe even answers to certain lingering questions we have about what it means to be alive, what it means to be human, but this is going to also be one of those kind of breadcrumbs on the path that leads us home to a better understanding of what it means to be human, who we are, and what role we play here on this planet.
Gosh, I am so glad. Micah, thank you. Thank you for being here this morning so early. We had plans to come in about an hour from now, and late last night, I saw a post from the intrepid Leslie Keene that they had moved the hearings up an hour, so we had to kind of reel ourselves in, and you said it so well. I was just want to say real quick, Rodrigo, everybody, Joey, Chris, everybody that's already loaded up in chat. Thanks for the comments and everything. Good morning to all of you. And Joey John said that Stan would be happy with this, I am thinking. And I agree. I just would like to say, I think Stanton Friedman would be really jazzed about today. And I hope he's up there, working his jelly, as I like to say, from upon high, because Stanton is definitely one of our favorites around here. He is a benchmark for us all, and so thank you for that, guys and gals that are loading up in the chat room. Feel free to make your comments and chats throughout the day, because today we are going to co-coverage through the Permanent Select Committee's channel, and we are going to free broadcast here on the Un X channel. So you'll have live coverage throughout the day right here on this channel, and so you'll be able to find the stream right here where you are. So you can just get your favorite beverages, get your good morning breakfast snacks, and get settled in with us, because it's going to be an interesting day, to say the very least. Now, Micah, later we're going to be joined with John Burroughs. He's going to jump in with us here in about 15 minutes. And I'm looking forward to hearing from him, because, he's one of those ones who's had real exposure to the phenomenon, and whatever that is. And so having that real experience, and you and I have known him for some time, many years.
Yes.
And I think that John Burroughs is one of those really solid, credible figures that has stayed. He's so steadfast on his case. He's not one of these guys that's jumped cases and got interested in this, that, and the other. He has been laser focused on what happened to him, what happened to his airmen around him, and his fellow airmen, and that's it. And he has been in a lifelong journey to understand this phenomenon and what happened, why it happened, and what are the effects, the physical effects, like you were talking about. So he's one of these guys that fits perfect right there on Capitol Hill that should be talking to these people. So,
without question. And I'll just add too, Race, that again,
yes.
you know, if we look back to late last year with what was first referred to as the Gillibrand Amendment, introduced by New York Senator, U.S. Senator from New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. There was wording in that proposed amendment to the fiscal year 2022 National Defense Authorization Act that called for investigations not only into unidentified aerial phenomena, but also the health effects that it has had on individuals who have been close to it. We're beginning now to also see, in addition to government attention, because keep in mind that Gillibrand Amendment, which was thereafter co-sponsored by Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, and there were numerous other co-sponsors, it passed into law. This was very important because, of course, the DoD had already stated and announced somewhat preemptively that it planned to launch a new investigative component from within the DoD, the Airborne Object Identification Management and Synchronization Group, or AOI-MSG. That, as I understand it, by the way, and staffers on Capitol Hill have told me that is going to be primarily the focus of today's hearings. You know, what the AOI-MSG will do. Of course, we have two witnesses who are going to be joining: Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security Ronald S. Moultrie, and then we also have a Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott W. Bray, who will be appearing as witnesses. But in addition to talking about the AOI-MSG, I hope that, as outlined in the Gillibrand Amendment, that there's going to be some discussion about, you know, when people encounter these objects, is there more going on than just seeing what may be a surveillance platform or, you know, some other kind of an object, you know, that may be intelligently controlled or being used for reconnaissance purposes? Some military personnel, including John Burroughs, have claimed that after their close hand encounters with these phenomena, that there have been health effects as well. And let's also not forget that as part of Burroughs' journey, like you mentioned, this life journey that maybe he wasn't necessarily expecting, maybe it's not something he ever would have wanted, but he has certainly risen to the occasion. And again, as a person who has fought and served our country in the armed forces, I appreciate his role in all that. But let's also not forget that his case saw attention from senators. And there were senators who, it may not have been incredibly well known at the time, but I mean, no less among them, the late Senator John McCain had become involved in attempting to appeal on behalf of some of these service members in the furtherance of helping them understand what these physical effects are that they have suffered in the aftermath of these encounters. So again, for those who continue to try and say weather balloons or distant flares from jets, tell me a distant flare from a jet that can land in a forest, you know, maybe a few yards or even a few feet away from you, you still can't identify the object, and then thereafter you suffer health effects that may even be consistent with the effects of exposure to non-ionizing radiation. Tell me how distant flares from jets do that. I'd really like the answer to that scientific conundrum. But again, I think that really having people like John Burroughs as a part of this debate is integral toward understanding not only what the effects of these phenomena are and what that relationship is to the objects that people are seeing, but also how lawmakers on Capitol Hill can move forward with this dialogue and comprehensively look at an issue that is entirely deserving of scientific attention.
Very much so. Key scientific attention.
Yeah.
Technical issues. There's so much. I have really, and I've got to be honest with all of the viewers and everyone who watches this later on, that I honestly keep up with a lot of this stuff by following you, Micah, over at the Debrief. You have written a series of articles on this and the lead up to it that have enlightened me a great deal. And I depend on you greatly for your fantastic, not only fantastic writing, but your very credible and well-researched content that you present. So folks, run over to thedebrief.org and follow Micah over there and the team, the debrief team. They've got a good collection of folks over there that are really putting out, some top tier content in regards to the subject of UFO UAP phenomenon. And with that, I want to remind everybody that later on the post coverage of the hearing today, Steve Bassett will join us from Paradigm Research. And, Mike, you can't have a day like today without having Stephen Bassett chime in.
Truly. Again, Stephen Bassett, he's been a firebrand. He's been at times very controversial. I've had him on my programs over the years, met Steve many times too. And in addition to being a likable person, I hope that some people, as they hear what Steve has to say today, I hope that they kind of recognize the significant role that he has played in all of this. Before everybody was taking what the artist formerly known as UFOs, that the military now prefers to call UAP, before everybody was taking this seriously and saying, we aren't talking about little green men, somewhat parroting phraseology used by the late Senator Harry Reid. We're talking about objects. We're trying to study these and what the national security implications are. Before this kind of dialogue had begun, before we were seeing stories published in the New York Times, a paper of record, there was a man on Capitol Hill who was tirelessly engaged in full-time lobbying efforts to bring public attention to this. Bassett was booking events at the National Press Club. He was bringing former military service members onto the podium and having them speak about their experiences. He was holding, again, what effectively might have been called a mock hearing, but nonetheless a hearing where former lawmakers sat and listened to the testimony, not only of those in the community who studied this phenomena, but also those who had experienced it firsthand. Stephen Bassett has essentially championed this since a time when no one else would. And now that we've begun to watch the UFO UAP debate move ever steadily into the mainstream and seeing more and more in Washington now taking it seriously, I kind of hope in many ways that Mr. Bassett has his day in the sun, so to speak, and that today maybe this will be a new milestone for him personally in that path toward trying to bring public awareness to this. And I think that maybe one result of all this will be that the guy who was always seen as sort of, on the fringes of what was going on in Washington and who was, the champion of a very unlikely topic, one that many wouldn't even entertain at times, I hope that they begin to say, okay, this guy in many ways was well ahead of the curve.
I call him the Capitol Hill ankle biter.
Yeah.
Honestly, Mike, this guy is tenacious. And ever since I've heard the name Stephen Bassett for the first time, a couple of decades back, he has just never let up. The guy put his foot on the gas and he has never let up. And, now that I'm down that road a little bit, Micah, I wonder, how much the military industrial complex, let's say, and because there are so many facets and so many levels to those who would have a serious interest in this technology and in this phenomenon and the technology they could derive from it. How much do they need to talk to a lobbyist? How much would they need? Why would they really need? Because they have military witnesses, military people, like we spoke about with John Burroughs, people that have actually been there and been exposed to the phenomenon, seen firsthand, witnessed firsthand, experienced firsthand. And I've often wondered just how much value does someone like a UFO lobbyist on Capitol Hill have? How much weight do they actually have? And I have been very critical of Stephen Bassett over the years, but we have remained friends. And that is why I love this guy, because he understands and he truly believes that what he does is going to matter. And I really think that when you see him on CNN and when you see him on major networks, he represents the subject very well. He's very polished. He knows what to say, how to keep on point and how to keep this, how to keep the narrative right where it needs to be, I think. And so when it comes to, and I don't want to label Stephen, but like a spokesperson, he is in the know when it comes to everything political. And he has a lot of beliefs and a lot of theories on how things could go. And it's always interesting to hear those theories. But he knows the language of Capitol Hill. He knows the language of the Beltway, the DC Beltway. Because look, honestly, it is a different world. Just right up the road from your house, it's a different place. And I really appreciate Steven Bassett, because he monitors and he works and he observes. He even lives right there amongst all of them, and he sort of keeps them in check. At the moment something happens, he's right there with it, it seems. And I just think that it wouldn't be much of complete coverage if we didn't have that legend on here today. So we can look forward to him coming for post commentary today. Again, folks, thank you so much for joining us this morning, as I see everyone starting to arrive, and I hope you've got your coffee and you're ready for a historic day. Micah and I have great hopes that things are gonna unfold today that's gonna set the stage for a responsible level of transparency in the public. Micah, I had mentioned earlier about some of the articles that you have written over on the debrief. And I just wonder as we try to better understand the phenomena publicly, up on Capitol Hill, and how they try to, execute this day, again, the first hearings in 50 years. They've got a couple of guys up there that are going to be in the hot seat. What do you think? What do you think of them? What do you think? How do you think this is going to unfold?
Well, when you have the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security and the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, you have a couple of significant players in terms of what the current attitude, I think, in terms of, first of all, when it comes to naval intelligence, one of the key players as far as a branch of the military, their involvement in recent years has in many ways sort of led the narrative with regard to the developing UAP story in the 21st century. We go back to 2004 and a now extremely well-known event that occurred with regard to U.S. Navy Carrier Strike Group 11 and the USS Nimitz. This, of course, involved a multiple eyewitness sighting of an object of unknown origin, but which obviously seemed to be representative of some kind of aerospace technology. That technology equally unknown. This is something that seems far beyond anything that we know to exist or that we know to possess. And the same goes for enemies, adversarial nations of the United States. But it was, again, our U.S. Navy personnel with Carrier Strike Group 11 that had that experience. Just last week, one day before the announcement was made, and it was reported in the New York Times that we would be having hearings today on Capitol Hill, Dave Beatty, who is a documentary filmmaker who actually produced a film that brought together for the first time many of the witnesses of that Nimitz incident. Dave published a lengthy feature with us there at the debrief, which documents another incident from 2004, another multiple eyewitness event involving a Navy cruiser, this one the USS Ronald Reagan. This occurred off of the East Coast, and it involved a large kind of orb that throughout the course of the evening in question, several naval personnel observed hovering over the flight deck. Probably the most remarkable aspect of this new story that Dave has brought to light with his reporting there for us at the debrief isn't the fact that there was an object of unknown origin essentially pacing a naval ship. It was the fact that the high-ranking officers and even, some of the lower-ranking personnel who observed the object essentially took this attitude of, what is that? Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be causing any trouble, so go about your duties. And even though one of the Naval Service personnel that Dave interviewed seemed to indicate that there were radar detections of this object, that not only had it been seen visually, but that some said that it was also detectable on radar, they didn't treat this as any kind of a problem. One man had even said that as he was trying to log it in his log for that evening, he was told by his commanding officer, don't put that in there, leave that out. These are very significant questions, but again, it all comes down to the role that the Navy has played in this. We go back to 2014 and 2015 with the exercises that were being conducted out there off the East Coast by the USS Theodore Roosevelt, the multiple witness encounters to events. And again, when I say witness, let's be very clear. Objects that were detected at that time may not have been seen visually. They were seen through the cockpit displays. They were seen on radar. From time to time, these objects also were seen through infrared using the Raytheon Company's at-FLIR targeting pod. I think it's also important to point out the fact that around this time in the early 2000s, the Navy was upgrading their radar from the classic kind of 1980s directional radar to a phased array radar system, which can scan a much wider spectrum and do so electronically. And it thereby gives a lot more information about what's happening in the environment. And it's no big surprise that the Nimitz vessel and the Carrier Strike Group 11, right before they began to experience these detections in 2004, they had just upgraded to these systems. And so with the use of this new technology by the Navy, it really seemed to kind of widen their field of view, and also it thereby presented a number of questions about the tangible reality of objects in our airspace that they were encountering. I think it's very important that we've got the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, who will be appearing as one of the witnesses during today's hearings, who can speak to the Navy's involvement in this. But let's also not forget, this extends well beyond the Navy. If we look at the report that was delivered last summer, the director of national intelligence presented this report, compiled, of course, by the Navy's UAP Task Force, Preliminary Assessment, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. Look at the list of agencies in there. National Geospatial Intelligence, FBI playing a role. CIA wasn't mentioned. It's strongly suspected that they were the redacted agency in the classified version of the report released through Freedom of Information Act requests to researcher John Greenwald. The list goes on. But this really, to me, underscores the fact that this is a whole of government issue. The intelligence community must be involved. And last point on that, if we see what Brian Bender, reporter for Politico, wrote last night, we are still hearing also that even with the forthcoming AOI MSG, certain elements within the intelligence community appear to be acting in taking a resistant posture, essentially, toward the release of this information to the DoD's new UAP investigative component. So, I think it's going to be very important that we have the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security and the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence speaking about what the newly formed DoD group can do and how it is going to obtain information from relevant intelligence agencies about this issue, when we're seeing from, insiders in Washington speaking on background that maybe they're actually trying to withhold that data. As Stephen would say up there in Washington, Steven Bassett, of course, has long used this expression, it's time we end the truth embargo. I think that's going to really become more evident today, probably than at any point in the last half century.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that. I'm kind of looking forward to the SCU's event coming up in June. This group really seems like it's got its act together. So I'm really looking forward to being able to. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. Everybody continues to file in. Be sure to make note that we've got about 25 minutes before the hearing begins, and you're free to make your comments and suggestions and everything right over there in the comment section. This is live coverage of the Un X Network. And with the Un X Network, I should say, of the UFO, the coverage of the UFO hearings on Capitol Hill today. Got Micah Hanks here, thank God, because he is the abyss of knowledge when it comes to everything UAP today. And we've got John Burroughs set to join us at any moment. And then later, we'll be joined in post coverage by Steven Bassett. So, Micah, can you talk a little bit about what you think we're going to see, from the SCU this event? And are you going to attend it?
Yeah, my current plan is to be in attendance there at the Anomalous Aerospace event that they're going to be holding in Huntsville, Alabama. Briefly, I'll just talk about the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. I'm a contributing member to that. and recently was also approached by a couple of board members to work along with the very beloved Alejandro Rojas. Kevin Wright's also helping out, but we are kind of helping now as the media relations team for SCU. At least in that capacity, I think I can certainly speak to what that team is and what it does. In my opinion, the SCU is the best collection of serious scientists and professionals from many other areas of related interest. Historians, journalists like myself, and others who seriously look at not only the UFO topic, its apparent presence, its historical relationship to national security, but also, yes, how science can be applied to that. And what the SCU team does is it looks at data that can be collected on this, historical data, also information that can be collected from military witnesses. It provides analysis, and it also attempts to evaluate what some of these phenomena appear to be capable of based on footage, based on eyewitness testimony, and other information that can be collected and that can be processed in an analytical, scientific way. The Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies makes no claims as to what these phenomena are or what their provenance may be. They attempt to, in a very scientific way, maintain a sort of open-minded objectivity, but they are seriously looking at aerospace phenomena of unknown origin and the implications of its presence. I certainly recommend to people, if you aren't familiar with the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, head on over to explorescu.org. That website is not only where you can learn about the SCU, you can read, for instance, their exhaustive report on the Nimitz incident of 2004 and other reports that they and their members have authored. But you can also sign up for the conference I'm talking about. You'll see the link right there at the top of the page. And keep in mind, if you can't travel to Huntsville, Alabama, and you can't be down there in person for the event, as I intend to be, you can still sign up and you can attend online. They'll be streaming this event online, and you can actually watch this entire thing from the comfort of your own home. You can learn what certain professionals that include, for instance, Dr. Peter Reilly. We've got the legendary John Alexander, who's going to be in attendance. Dr. Gary Nolan of Stanford, who, of course, is looking at some of these physical effects on individuals that we discussed earlier. John Burroughs being a great example of that. Lieutenant Ryan Graves, the pilot, former FA-18 Super Hornet pilot, who during 2014 and 2015 had bore witness to some of those events involving the USS Theodore Roosevelt. And of course, these representing 2 of the 3 known Navy videos depicting what the DoD has now characterized as unidentified flying objects or phenomena. So, these are some of the people who are going to be in participation. And you can see that these are professionals who maybe aren't known for being UFO researchers, former fighter pilots, scientists from, major scientific institutions and American universities, individuals who have both privately and also in an official capacity, like John Alexander to some extent, have looked at this in addition to pursuing it from an academic angle. I should note he is Dr. John Alexander. And then, of course, our beloved Rich Hoffman's going to be overseeing the procedures. Robert Powell, who was one of the contributors and also edited and co-authored the infamous book. And I say that because this has got to be one of the best books on UFOs that's ever been written. It's my personal favorite, UFOs and Government. It kind of upset certain factions within the community because the book isn't playing to all of these expectations that so much of the UFO community had. And it was probably met with a little disappointment even by some factions who said, we want them aliens. It is one of the most objective, serious perspectives that you will read on. Okay, here is a phenomena. Here's what our military has had to say about it. If you want a seriously unsensational, thorough, well-researched, and exhaustive historical textbook on UAP, UFOs and Government by Michael Swords and co-authored by Robert Powell with contributions from, again, some of the UFO history group, which are, members from all around the world who have contributed to this subject. It's and again, my opinion, my favorite book on this topic and one that everyone should be familiar with. But again, Robert Powell will be in attendance, and he helped co-author that book, which is, again, a landmark as far as scholarly research put toward this. And that's what the SCU is. That's what they do. They have continued to offer an objective, rational, scholarly perspective on UAP that, frankly, this needs so much of right now. And I'll just add briefly, Race, yesterday, at the debrief, we reported on a series of questions that the SCU has now put together. They sent this also to Congress. They said these are the questions that this group of scientists who have long looked at this phenomena would love to see lawmakers asking our expert witnesses who will be appearing today. And I certainly hope that some of those questions are asked, because they do address situations like John Burroughs and the physical effects of these phenomena, the potential for the national security issues. One of the main questions SCU is also asking is, we define UAP as being not just things that fly in the sky, but which also possess these transmedium capabilities, the ability to go into and come out of water, and even traverse outside U.S. Or the Earth's airspace. It's not simply the U.S. and enter into space. So transmedium really is kind of a term that the SCU also wants to see applied more toward this phenomena, being one that seems to not just operate in the skies. It's maybe not even flight as we know it. We're talking about not land, sea, and air. We're talking about air, water, and space. So they say, again, to our lawmakers on Capitol Hill, please take these things into consideration as we hold these historic hearings. And I certainly hope that after this, more people will look at what the SCU is doing and recognize that organization as leaders in the scientific effort to get a handle on this phenomenon.
Well, I certainly think the American people expect and deserve their leaders in government and intelligence agencies to seriously evaluate and respond to this phenomenon in a responsible way. I add that at the end from those of us that have been in this 30 years, or you know what I mean? Like, this is becoming a lifetime thing for a lot of us, Micah, and it is very. But first, before we go any further, I just want to say that Rich Hoffman and Robert Powell, these guys, I just don't think that you can get much better than those guys. I had the pleasure of working with them when back when we were all with the Mutual UFO Network. These guys really do thorough investigations, and scientific research is the foundation of every step they take. They're very responsible, very credible, and I hold them in the highest regard, and I'm very proud that they've come through and sort of made their own way, because a lot of times, spring hope's eternal, but a lot of times, Mikey, that there are good things that are out there doing good works, but every once in a while things will spring off of that, and that seed will sprout something all new that's just as good, and even if and not better than where they came from. And this is one of those. The CU is one of those. There's no question. These guys, they are really, really, really something for guys like us to be proud of, and
certainly,
and want to be a part of. So absolutely, folks. As Micah said, follow up on them and go add those to the places that you go and the information streams that you follow. And you can even participate. You know what I mean? If you're a scientist, if you're interested in all of this in a way that you can contribute, they'll sure be the doors open. And I'm sure they'll be glad to hear from you. I got a text from John. He's having some issues this morning, and he apologizes to everybody. Hopefully we can get him in here before the hearings begin. But because if not, we definitely will get him on the backside. But as I said, this is a live coverage of the Un X Networks live coverage. I said that again, Micah. I got to get some more.
Let me just add, by the way, Race, ladies and gentlemen, this is completely unscripted, and we had to go live about an hour earlier than we'd expected. And in the furtherance of trying to bring attention to this and to, document journalistically and otherwise, what we do perceive as potentially historical events, and events of certain merit and importance to this, topic that we have all, continued to study. I just want to say, Race, I think you're doing a remarkable job as host here, and bringing this all together, getting the emails out, getting the promotion. It's a fantastic effort, and trust me, being on the side of things with what we do at the debrief. Tim McMillan, Chrissy Newton, Chris Plain, MJ, and I, and everybody, all the work that we do. I know how hectic it can be, and often, for guys like you, it feels like a one-man show. So first and foremost, it's my pleasure to be here with you. But you're doing a fantastic job as we, eagerly. I mean, there's such an excitement right now that's just an additional layer that gets kind of overlain with all this, in addition to trying to analyze and prepare for what's going on. Then there's that, wow, 15 minutes from now, what may be happening, what we're going to be seeing, the next generation of UFO researchers, and then the next generation after that are going to be studying this. They're going to be reading about this in books that will have been written about what we are about to see happening. And to be able to live that in the moment and to provide meaningful, rational coverage of this, is both hectic and exhilarating at the same time. And it's again, it's fascinating, and certainly something that I think that we enjoy. But it's something that, you can't escape the significance of that. And knowing that as it's unfolding is almost a surreal experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, thank you for saying that, because I got to be honest with you. If I had much hair left, it would be gone. I'm trying to, running the the KUNX and operations and programming, and then producing and engineering, and then trying to put all this together. Because honestly, this is, I guess we could just call it last minute, because it's like a 48-hour thing for us as we decided to go ahead and do this. Thank you, Micah, for being here this morning. Thank you for anchoring this live coverage, the pre-coverage of the event. Now, remind all of our listeners again today, and viewers. Gosh, I gotta get used to that.
You and I are old radio guys. Don't worry.
Remind them about you're going to be live blogging today, where they can get that and follow you along and everything on the coverage today.
Certainly. We try to make this as easy as possible. If you head over to thedebrief.org, I'm going to be immediately following this live broadcast. I'm going to be jumping over there, and I'm going to lead off. So if you head over to thedebrief.org, right up there at the top of the page, you'll see our main story right there, which is the subcommittee hearings, live coverage. Just click that. And what we're going to be doing is on a single page where it all comes together in one location. I'll be doing the first shift, but really, Chris Plain, who I have to, again, both appreciate and sympathize with. He's one of our lead science and tech writers. And Chris is out there on the West Coast getting up extraordinarily early to participate in this hearing, which, as we learned, is going to be kicking off a little earlier than we had all expected. Chris is going to be there participating on social media and also engaging in the blog. Shortly after I handle that first shift, I'm sure I'll be there throughout, but Tim McMillan, of course, is going to be jumping in there right after me, and Chris will be also contributing to the blog thereafter. So, we are going to be doing kind of a multi-tiered effort over there at the debrief today, as we're all watching this unfold and providing updates, quotes, relevant points, considerations, and other feedback.
And absolutely, that's what I intend to follow in my co-screen over here, as we have we're going to do to co-view the hearings right here on this stream. So everybody can just stay right here. Those of you that are already logged in this morning with your cup of coffee and all of your breakfast goodies, you're going to be able to stay right here. You're going to be able to watch the entire hearing here, and because we're going to co-stream it, and then I'm going to have Micah and his live blog over here streaming right next to the screen on the on the other monitor, because that'll be total coverage. We need total coverage.
Well, it's fascinating that in this modern era, that really people can do this. I began very much on the civilian side of things. As a blogger, I launched a blog. I actually did work professionally in radio. I should actually add that caveat. Before I ever was a blogger, before I was really known as a UFO researcher, I had the I guess benefit and even privilege of as a kid, with very little experience, being invited by professionals to work on the weekends in radio as a board op. But I took that by the proverbial horns and worked my way up, into creative services, and actually did broadcast, first as a producer of live programming and then thereafter as a host. And it was a natural progression to leave and doing podcasts. But, with that background in media, I'm all the more fascinated with the way that people today, like us, independent media sources, can provide commentary in a way that, is maybe a little less encumbered in some ways by the kinds of status quo attitudes and stigmas that, again, have prevented serious UFO coverage. This would have been considered fringe years ago. But now I think that we're fortunate to be able to having studied this and having worked sort of, in the independent media sphere for so many years, to be able to come together, with the knowledge and with the information that we've collected as, again, independent students of this topic. And I mean that collectively of the UFO research community, and to be able to have that, that in our toolkit as we look at what's happening today and say, armed with that knowledge, let's assess what we're seeing and let's see, where this appears to be going and, what the outcome, what the effects, what the cultural impact will be. I think it's very important to be able to have independent media agencies like Un X, like the Debrief, who are providing this kind of coverage in a sort of unfiltered way. And that's one of the most fascinating things about media and social media and the way that we interact in the 21st century to me.
Very well said, Micah. Folks, you are watching live coverage, pre-game coverage of the UFO hearings that are going to take place in Capitol Hill in just about 9 minutes away. I am Race Hobbs. This is Micah Hanks, my cohort in crime. Now, look, we've talked about our opinions about how, this all could unfold from our perspective. And I saw some interesting quotes from, our old buddy Robert Schaefer, who is a bit of a skeptic.
A bit.
And, he had pointed out that, it's important for people not to forget that, like, over 50 years ago, these same exact hearings were held and UFO experts were paraded forth and making all kinds of, insinuations subtly as he does, that all of this information has already been presented, half a century ago, and absolutely nothing came from it. And, Mick West, a debunker, a skeptic, he's like a former video game programmer.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the administrator of metabunk.org. And, he even went on to say a little bit of the same. He thinks that, it's just going to be a continuation of the last, a continuation of the last procedures that took place, and of, sort of just a nothing burger. And, when people, we have to understand that these people out there are sort of holding our leaders' feet to the fire, our feet to the fire, because the burden of proof is on all of us just about all the time. Those of us, I keep saying us because I used to be an investigator and a researcher and active in all of this, and I'm not any longer. I don't go in the field. I don't run down reports. I don't take reports. And I do disseminate information, a lot of information around, and I connect people, that can help and that can work together and sort of drive things from behind the scenes. But I think it's important for us to keep, a thumb, if you will, on the other aspects, the other perspectives out there, because, some of them are well represented and presented. And I think a lot of people out there kind of agree with, with a Mark West, with a Robert Schaefer, that this is just going to be a lot of the same. And, what are your thoughts on that quickly, Micah?
Well, yeah, quickly. I'll have to jump probably a couple of minutes early so that I can get over there and begin the live blogging for the debrief. But again, actually, I've met and talked with Bob Schaefer, and we've corresponded a bit over the years. I think he provides an important perspective on all this. And I've, yet again, this is another one of these infamous statements. Oh my gosh, how can you agree with a skeptic, like Bob Schaefer or Mick West? And occasionally I do. But I'll also point out that often Schaefer and West's perspectives are predictably skeptical. And by that, what I mean is that if we really want to be objective, I don't think that we lead with the presumption that all UFO or UAP events are explainable, and therefore, whatever it takes for us to get to the point of explaining it, we're going to find our way there. Predictably, many skeptics, and again, I think that there's a difference between a skeptic. I'm a skeptic. I would, and this is where Bob Schaefer and I share a lot of common ground.
Right.
Don't begin with the presumption that a UFO must be an alien spacecraft, and therefore all the data you look at, you're going to, somehow, even if you don't know you're doing it, make that conform to that expectation. But in equal measure, I would argue, and this is where I would differ from the aforementioned skeptics, respect them though I do, and let's be clear, I certainly do. I think they provide a meaningful counterbalance in this debate and a relevant perspective. Always be skeptical, but be careful about allowing your skepticism to do the exact same thing on the other end of the spectrum, that it can all of your investigations and interpretation of phenomena conform to your expectation that there is no phenomena, there's nothing extraordinary, these aren't even possibilities, and therefore we always have the answer. I immediately become skeptical of a skeptic who 100% of the time can debunk all UFO claims, because with the abundance of data we've collected on this phenomena, including military information, some of which has been alluded to but not released to the public, but nonetheless, which presumably today in the classified hearings that follow the public House panel that we're going to be all observing and reporting on here, there's going to be some additional information that skeptics like Bob Schaefer and Mick West haven't had available to them. This hasn't been made available to anybody outside of those who have the necessary classification and hold the requisite clearance levels. I would say if we haven't seen all the data, we should withhold making proclamations or advanced judgments based on what we think we know about this phenomena. It seems evident based on the accumulation of data and the government's role in the acquisition of that data that there is a lot of information the general public hasn't seen, and therefore, to me at least, in the furtherance of a truly scientific, open-minded, but also a skeptical approach towards studying this phenomena, we should abstain from making premature judgments.
Well, I think that that's a very responsible approach in all aspects of this phenomena, because we honestly just don't have the room to make many mistakes here.
True.
Especially now that the door's open in the Beltway.
Indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence's hearing on UFOs, UAPs today, and you'll be able to watch the stream right here on the Un X channels, on YouTube channel, on our Facebook channel, on our Twitch channel, streaming it, co-streaming it, and we'll have coverage throughout the day, and then post coverage on the backside of today's coverage of the hearings. And we will have John Burroughs on the backside. Hopefully Micah Hanks will be able to wrap up the blogging and everything for the debrief and come back and do some closed commentary with us. And also Steven Bassett will be here with us later today. This is certainly a very exciting morning. The coffee is going down a little bit differently than it does on a normal day, Brother Micah. I'm excited. Being in this as long as I have, I want to kind of tilt towards, will this be a lot of the same? Will this all be, I began not anticipating much. I'll just put it that way. But as days passed, and that's how come I said I put this together so quickly, in the last, 48 hours, because honestly, my senses started to heighten about the possibilities, and try to stay positive and try to look at it like, we're putting this subject, or not we're, but the subject itself is being presented before thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that, probably laughed and scoffed at the subject before. Micah, how do you think that before you have to go, because I know you're going to have to bail, but just really quickly, tell us what you think, in your own words, tell us your hopes for today, really quickly, on
Well,
how you
again,
think this will all unfold and what we'll get out of this?
it's always important, I think, to have measured expectations, but I certainly hope that there will just be a responsible, serious dialogue. I hope that, again, and we always expect, a good level of interest in these issues, any issues that come before, a committee like the House panel that will be convening today to discuss this. But I sincerely hope that our lawmakers there, not just representative of, said committee within the House, but also representative, really, I think, of everyone who is taking this topic seriously. I hope that they will ask important questions. I certainly hope that some of those questions are reflective of what members of the scientific community, like the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, have advised our lawmakers to please, look at. They've urged them, ask these important questions. I hope that some of those questions make it into the discussion, and I hope that really what this does is continue to broaden the public awareness and also the awareness of our elected officials of the reality of a issue, and one that is certainly of importance both to national security, and that extends well beyond the United States. I mean, to all nations of the world. If this is indeed something more exotic than merely earthly technologies that have yet to be identified, this extends to all nations of the world. This is something that must be treated as a global phenomenon, and thereby which must receive relevant attention and serious attention from scientists who are able to look at this and who are able to help us expand our knowledge about it. The time is now, and I hope that these hearings will be a step toward broadening that narrative and bringing more public attention to this issue.
That is, that really couldn't be very much different from how I feel. There are a few differences, but Micah Hanks, you're a gem. I truly appreciate you coming in this morning. This hour early, we had to come to work and, start to open up the dialogue for the hearings that are going to begin any minute, because we're now at 2 minutes after the top of the hour, and just about like anything that happens on Capitol Hill, they're right on time.
Oh, I know. And fortunately for me too, because at this moment I've got to jump off here, get ready. You can follow me. Of course, I'll be leading off the charge over there at thedebrief.org with the live blogging. And of course, Tim McMillan will be joining us, Chris Plain. And if everything works out, I'll hope to be back here again with you later this afternoon, and we will pick up things on the other side. Okay.
Thank
So Ray
you,
Hobbs, you are a national treasure. Thank you for your ongoing work, sir, and your devotion to this topic and to this community. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Micah. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, and we'll see you on the backside.
Take care.
Wish you luck on all the blogging. I'll be following along.
Indeed.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Un X Networks live coverage of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence's hearings on Capitol Hill this morning.
Order without objection. The chair may declare a recess
from Capitol Hill on the subject of UFOs and UAPs. And now I see that the video stream has begun. So I am going to step aside and we can begin streaming here. Folks, you can watch right here on the Un X Networks channels on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, all day long until the completion of the hearings are done. And then we will have post-hearing commentary from Steven Bassett, from John Burroughs, and then hopefully Micah Hanks will be able to come back. Be sure to go to debrief.org and bring that up as a side window to be able to follow Micah's blog. He's going to be live blogging along the way. Okay, so we're going to step aside. Let me share my screen here so that we can get you the video feed and we can begin our coverage.
We learned for the first time that the Department of Defense had quietly restarted a similar organization tracking what we now call unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs. Last year, Congress rewrote the charter for that organization, now called the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group, or Aimsog for short. Today, we will bring that organization out of the shadows. This hearing and oversight work has a simple idea at its core. Unidentified aerial phenomena are a potential national security threat, and they need to be treated that way. For too long, the The stigma associated with UAPs has gotten in the way of good intelligence analysis. Pilots avoided reporting or were laughed at when they did. DoD officials relegated the issue to the back room or swept it under the rug entirely, fearful of a skeptical national security community. Today, we know better. UAPs are unexplained, it's true, but they are real. They need to be investigated, and many threats they pose need to be mitigated. Undersecretary Moultrie, Mr. Bray, thank you for coming today. First, we need you to update us on the status of Aimsog. The legislation creating it was passed in December. The deadline for implementation is fast approaching, but the group does not even have a named director. We need to know, sirs, the status of the organization and the obstacle to getting it up and running. Secondly, you have to convince the audience today, and most especially our military and civilian aviators, the culture has changed. That those who report UAPs will be treated as witnesses, not as kooks. Thirdly, you need to show us, Congress, and the American public whose imaginations you have captured. You are willing to follow the facts where they lead. You know, we fear sometimes that the DoD is focused more on emphasizing what it can explain, not investigating what it can't. I'm looking for you to assure us today that all conclusions are on the table. One final note, we are mindful today that Aimsog is not starting from scratch. This is the third version of this task force in DoD, and civil society groups like the Mutual UFO Network, Mr. Corbell and others have been collecting data on this issue for years. I hope you'll explain how you can leverage the knowledge and experience of our prior work on this matter to move the Aimsog along. The last time Congress had a hearing on UAPs was half a century ago. I hope that it does not take 50 more years for Congress to hold another, because transparency is desperately needed. I now turn to Ranking Member Crawford for comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Moultrie, Mr. Bray, thank you for coming here today. We appreciate it. To begin the open dialogue between Congress and the executive branch on this important topic. While this topic evokes creative imaginations of many, aside from all the hype and speculation, there are important underlying issues posed by UAPs. Despite the serious nature of this topic, I have to say I'm more interested in our understanding of Chinese and Russian hypersonic weapon development, or understanding why this administration was so slow to share actionable intelligence with the Ukrainians. However, inasmuch as this topic may help us better understand unknown activities of Russia and China, I am on board. The intelligence community has a serious duty to our taxpayers to prevent potential adversaries such as China and Russia from surprising us with unforeseen new technologies. As overseers of the intelligence community, this committee has an obligation to understand what you are doing to determine whether any UAPs are new technologies or not. And if they are, where are they coming from? In general, the IC spends much of its time and resources trying to understand what we call known unknowns. When it comes to foreign nations' weapons systems and sensors, known unknowns are those features that we don't fully understand yet. The challenge associated with UAP is that they are completely unknown and require a more expansive collection and analysis effort. The intelligence community must balance addressing known threats to our national security with preventing technical surprise. We must continue to follow the facts where they lead us and ensure that there are no technical surprises. The IC must take it seriously when there are credible observations of phenomena that seem to perform in ways that could pose a threat to safe flight operations, or that could be signs of a foreign adversary's attempt to develop a strategic technological surprise against the United States. It's also essential that our pilots and others feel they can report UAPs they observe without any stigma for doing so. This is the open, unclassified portion of our hearing. We'll have a closed, classified part later. It's important for the public to know that the classification of information exists to protect national security, not to try to hide the truth. When we're trying to determine if any UAPs are new technologies being developed by foreign governments, we are inevitably going to run into classified information about what new systems and technologies we do know are in the works here or abroad. But where information does not risk national security, it should be shared with our allies and the public when feasible. I hope that we can have your assurance to this end today. It's my hope that the intelligence community will continue to try to determine the nature of UAPs we've observed, and will keep Congress fully apprised of all developments. I look forward to this hearing and continue dialogue and oversight with the intelligence community on this topic. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now I'll turn to our distinguished chairman, Adam Schiff, for any comments he wishes to make.
Thank you, Chairman Carson, for holding this open hearing on unidentified aerial phenomenon and for your leadership on this issue. Holding a portion of our discussion today in open session is critical to the cause of transparency and openness, which was Congress's intent in authorizing and funding this new task force. The larger effort that is being undertaken to study and characterize UAP reports is an important step towards understanding these phenomenon, what we know and don't know. And I look forward to hearing more during both the open session and the closed setting about how DOD and the IC are undertaking that task. UAP reports have been around for decades, and yet we haven't had an orderly way for them to be reported without stigma and to be investigated. That needs to change. UAP reports need to be understood as a national security matter, and that message needs to go out across DOD, the IC, and the whole of the U.S. government. When we spot something we don't understand or can't identify in our airspace, it's the job of those we entrust with our national security to investigate and to report back. That is why it's important that we hold this open hearing for the public to hear directly from the Department of Defense on the steps it's taking to track, analyze, and transparently communicate the work that is being done on this issue. It is also the responsibility of our government and this panel to share as much as we can with the American people, since excessive secrecy only breeds distrust and speculation. I look forward to hearing how the UAP task force is being stood up, what challenges they still face, and how this committee can make sure the task force is able to shed light on one of the world's most enduring mysteries. I thank you gentlemen for your work, and be very interested to hear what you have to say. To me, among the most fascinating questions are these phenomena that we can measure. That is, instruments report there is something there. It is not the human eye confusing objects in the sky. There is something there, measurable by multiple instruments, and yet it seems to move in directions that are inconsistent with what we know of physics or science more broadly. And that to me poses questions of tremendous interest and as well as potential national security significance. So we look forward to hearing what you're able to report to us today in open session. And I want to thank Chairman Carson again for his extraordinary leadership on this issue, and I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Thank you. With that, we will start our hearing. Under Secretary Moultrie, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Chairman Schiff, Committee Chairman Carson, Ranking Member Crawford, distinguished members of the subcommittee, it's a privilege to be here with you today to address your questions regarding unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UAP. I'm pleased to be joined by Mr. Scott Bray, the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, who will speak to the Navy's Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, which laid the foundation for the efforts we will discuss today. First, I'd like to thank Congress for supporting the Department's UAP efforts. The NDAA for fiscal year 2022 has helped us to establish a dedicated office to oversee processes and procedures for the timely collection, processing, analysis, and reporting of UAP-related data. What are UAP? Put simply, UAP are airborne objects that, when encountered, cannot be immediately identified. However, it is the Department's contention that by combining appropriately structured collected data with rigorous scientific analysis, any object that we encounter can likely be isolated, characterized, identified, and if necessary, mitigated. We know that our service members have encountered unidentified aerial phenomena, and because UAPs pose potential flight safety and general security risk, we are committed to a focused effort to determine their origins. Our effort will include the thorough examination of adversarial platforms and potential breakthrough technologies, U.S. government or commercial platforms, allied or partner systems, and other natural phenomena. We also understand that there has been a cultural stigma surrounding UAP. Our goal is to eliminate the stigma by fully incorporating our operators and mission personnel into a standardized data gathering process. We believe that making UAP reporting a mission imperative will be instrumental to the effort's success. The Defense Intelligence and Security Enterprise provides real-time support to our warfighters and mission personnel across all domains. To optimize the department's UAP work, we are establishing an office within the Office of the Secretary of Defense. That office's function is clear: to facilitate the identification of previously unknown or unidentified airborne objects in a methodical, logical, and standardized manner. These goals will ensure that we are working closely with operational personnel on training and reporting requirements, developing data and intelligence requirements, standardizing and integrating processes and procedures for collection, operational surveillance, analysis, and reporting, leveraging our research and development capabilities to improve detection, characterization, and identification of UAPs, developing mitigating solutions and procedures, and identifying strategy and policy solutions. This effort will maximize collaboration and build upon already existing relationships with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the FAA, DHS, and the FBI. We are also committed to strong partnerships with the Department of Energy, NOAA, the DEA, NASA, and the national labs, and just as importantly, our international partners and allies. With regard to the importance of transparency, the department is fully committed to the principle of openness and accountability to the American people. However, we are also mindful of our obligation to protect sensitive sources and methods. Our goal is to strike that delicate balance, one that enables us to maintain the public's trust while preserving those capabilities that are vital to the support of our service personnel. In closing, the department is committed to this effort and welcomes the challenge. We thank you for your committed support and look forward to your questions.
Chairman Schiff, Chairman Carson, Ranking Member Crawford, and committee members, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today to highlight the ongoing work of the Department of Defense regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. Since the early 2000s, we have seen an increasing number of unauthorized and or unidentified aircraft or objects in military-controlled training areas and training ranges and other designated airspace. Reports of sightings are frequent and continuing. We attribute this increase in reporting to a number of factors, including our work to destigmatize reporting, an increase in the number of new systems such as quadcopters and unmanned aerial systems that are in our airspace, identification of what we can classify as clutter, mylar balloons, and other types of air trash, and improvements in the capabilities of our various sensors to detect things in our airspace. Almost 2 years ago, in August of 2020, Deputy Secretary of Defense Nordquist directed the establishment of the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force within the Department of the Navy. The UAP Task Force was built on the foundation of the Navy's initial efforts to respond to the reports from our aviators on unidentified objects observed in our training ranges. The basic issues then and now are twofold. First, incursions in our training ranges by unidentified objects represent serious hazards to safety of flight. In every aspect of naval aviation, safety of our air crews is paramount. Second, intrusions by unknown aircraft or objects pose potential threats to the security of our operations. Our aviators train as they would fight. So any intrusions that may compromise the security of our operations by revealing our capabilities, our tactics, techniques, or procedures are of great concern to the Navy and the Department of Defense. From the very beginning, we took these reports very seriously. We instituted a data-driven approach to the investigations where we could collect as much data as possible and use all available resources to analyze and make informed decisions on the best ways to address our findings. Our main objective was to transition UAP efforts from an anecdotal or narrative-based approach to a rigorous science and technology engineering-focused study. This data-driven approach requires input from a wide variety of sources. In the early stages, the task force worked to standardize the reporting mechanisms and processes to make it as easy as possible for personnel to report any engagement so that we were getting that wide range of reporting that we needed. We also spent considerable efforts engaging directly with our naval aviators and building relationships to help destigmatize the act of reporting sightings or encounters. And we worked with naval aviation leadership to provide additional equipment to record any encounter. Navy and Air Force crews now have step-by-step procedures for reporting on a UAP on their knee board in the cockpit and in their post-flight debrief procedures.
The direct result of those efforts has been increased reporting, with increased opportunities to focus a number of sensors on any objects. The message is now clear. If you see something, you need to report it. And the message has been received. In fact, recently, I received a call from a senior naval aviator with over 2,000 flight hours. He called me personally from the flight line after landing to talk about an encounter that he had just experienced. Those were just the initial steps. We also made a concerted effort to assemble subject matter experts from across the Department of Defense and the intelligence community and other U.S. government agencies and departments. We forged partnerships with the research, development, and acquisition communities, with industry partners, and with academic research labs, and we brought many allies and international partners into our discussions on UAP. Additionally, subject matter experts from a wide variety of fields, including physics, optics, metallurgy, meteorology, just to name a few, have been brought in to expand our understanding in areas where we may not have organic expertise. In short, we've endeavored to bring an all-hands-on-deck approach to better understand this phenomena. So what have we learned so far? Any given observation may be fleeting or longer. It may be recorded or not. It may be observable by one or multiple assets. In short, there's rarely an easy answer. For example, let me share with you the first video that we have here today, which shows an observation in real time. There it was. That's, in many cases, that's all that a report may include. And in many other cases, we have far less than this. As we detailed in both the unclassified and classified versions of the preliminary assessment released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence last June, this often limited amount of high-quality data and reporting hampers our ability to draw firm conclusions about the nature or intent of UAP. As detailed in the ODNI report, if and when individual UAP incidents are resolved, they likely fall into one of 5 potential explanatory categories: airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomena, U.S. government or U.S. industry developmental programs, foreign adversary systems, or a other bin that allows for a holding bin of difficult cases and for the possibility of surprise and potential scientific discovery. We stand by those initial results. Since the release of that preliminary report, the UAP Task Force database has now grown to contain approximately 400 reports. The stigma has been reduced. We've also made progress in resolving the character of a limited number of UAP encounters. For example, let me show you a couple of another video and image taken years apart in different areas. In this video, U.S. Navy personnel recorded what appears to be triangles, some flashing, recorded several years ago off the coast of the United States. This was recorded while the U.S. Navy ship observed a number of small unmanned aerial systems in the area. And importantly, the video was taken through night vision goggles with a single lens reflex camera. These remained unresolved for several years. Several years later, and off a different coast, U.S. Navy personnel, again, in a swarm of unmanned aerial systems, and again through night vision goggles and an SLR camera, recorded this image. But this time, other U.S. Navy assets also observed unmanned aerial systems nearby. And we're now reasonably confident that these triangles correlate to unmanned aerial systems in the area. The triangular appearance is a result of light passing through the night vision goggles and then being recorded by an SLR camera. I don't mean to suggest that everything that we observe is identifiable, but this is a great example of how it takes considerable effort to understand what we're seeing in the examples that we are able to collect. In this example, we accumulated sufficient data from 2 similar encounters from 2 different time periods in 2 different geographic areas to help us draw these conclusions. That's not always the case, though. We recognize that that can be unsatisfying or insufficient in the eyes of many. This is a popular topic in our nation, with various theories as to what these objects may be and where they originate. By nature, we are all curious and we seek to understand the unknown. And as a lifelong intelligence professional, I'm impatient. I want immediate explanations for this as much as anyone else. However, understanding can take significant time and effort. It's why we've endeavored to concentrate on this data-driven process to derive fact-based results. And given the nature of our business, national defense, we've had to sometimes be less forthcoming with information in open forums than many would hope. If UAP do indeed represent a potential threat to our security, then the capabilities, systems, processes, and sources we use to observe, record, study, or analyze these phenomena need to be classified at appropriate levels. We do not want potential adversaries to know exactly what we're able to see or understand, or how we come to the conclusions we make. Therefore, public disclosures must be carefully considered on a case-by-case basis. So what's next? We're concentrating on a seamless transition to the new organization. And future analysis of complicated issues of UAP issues will greatly benefit from the infrastructure, the process, and the procedures that we've developed to date. I'm confident that the task force under Navy leadership has forged a path forward that will allow us to anchor assessments in science and engineering by anecdotal evidence. We remain committed to that goal, as I know the USDI organization does as well. So thank you very much for your interest and continuing support for the UAP task force. The team's made a lot of progress, but we really are just establishing the foundation for the more detailed analysis that's yet to be done. And with your continued support, we can sustain that momentum necessary to produce data-centric analysis and understanding of the phenomena. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. This is the third version of this task force, and to be frank, one of Congress's concerns is that the executive branch and administration from both parties has been sweeping concerns about UAPs under the rug by focusing on events that can be explained and avoiding events that cannot be explained. What can you say to give the American people confidence that you aren't just focusing our attention on low-hanging fruit with easy explanations?
Congressman, I'll start, and then Mr. Bray, please feel free to weigh in. So the way that we're approaching this is with a more thorough, standardized methodology than what we have in the past. First and foremost, the Secretary of Defense is chartering this effort. This is not someone lower in the Department of Defense. And he has assigned that task to the Office of Secretary of Defense, the Undersecretary for Intelligence and Security, that's me, because I'm responsible for looking at intelligence matters, I'm responsible for security matters. This is potentially both. So when you start concerning ourselves with the safety of our personnel, the safety of our installations and bases, there's no other higher priority than what we have than actually getting after this. And as you have stated, we have been assigned that task to actually stand up an office, the Aimsog, which I believe the name, sir, will likely change. But we have moved forward in terms of moving to establish that office. We have, as of this week, picked a director for that effort, a very established and accomplished individual. We've identified spaces. We've worked with personnel across the Department of Defense, with the services, and we've worked with the IC, which is on board in helping us work through this standardized methodology for now, bringing in data, analyzing that data, and reporting that data in the appropriate method and appropriate means so we can either get it to our service personnel to ensure their safety, or get it to you and the Congress and to the public to ensure that you have oversight to what we're doing. So chartered by the Secretary of Defense, standardized, and really a methodical approach is something that we're doing that has not been done before.
Can we get some kinds of assurances that your analysts will follow the facts where they lead and assess all hypotheses?
Absolutely. So we're open to all hypotheses. We're open to any conclusions that we may encounter.
Quickly, before I pass it to the ranking member and Chairman Schiff, I want to thank you both for taking the time, and I had a good time meeting with you last week, Director Moultrie, Undersecretary Moultrie. It's fair to say that you are a science fiction fan. Is that correct?
It is fair to say that I am an inquisitive mind who has spent 40 years in the intelligence field and has focused on both science and science fiction. That is fair.
Could you tell us about it?
Yeah, well, yeah, look, my generation grew up looking at space sagas and the Apollo program. So all of us who grew up in the 60s were just thrilled by watching our first astronaut land on the moon. That was a momentous occasion to people who were of different generations. Some of them didn't believe that it happened. I still have relatives and friends who don't believe it happened, right? Science fiction to them. But to us, it was, no, that's the progress that we've made. And so I was enthralled by that, and I've taken that to heart. I enjoy the challenge of what may be out there. I have mentioned to you that, yes, I have followed science fiction. I have gone to conventions, even I'll say it on the record. Got to break the ice somehow. But, I have done that, right? But there's nothing wrong with that. Don't necessarily dress up, but I do, I do believe that it's important to show that the Department of Defense has, we have character, and we're people just like you, just like the American people. We have our inquisitiveness. We have our questions. We want to know what's out there as much as you want to know what's out there. We get the questions not just from you; we get it from family members, and we get them night and day, not just in committee hearings. So finding what's out there is important. But first and foremost, it's important for us to do that so that we can ensure that our people, our personnel, our aviators, our bases and installations are safe. And then that curiosity factor is something else that we just want to know, because that's the human race. It's just, that insatiable desire to know.
Thank you, sir. Ranking Member Crawford.
Mr. Moultrie, you said you don't necessarily dress up. That wasn't a real strong statement. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Moultrie, for breaking the ice the way you did. Appreciate that. The inability to understand objects in our sensitive operating areas is tantamount to an intelligence failure that we certainly want to avoid. This is not about finding alien spacecraft, but about delivering dominant intelligence across the tactical, operational, and strategic spectrum. So my question is, how can Aimsog lead to prevention of intelligence surprises?
Sure, I'll start with that. So the goal of our effort is to integrate it into what we already do on a normal basis, which is look for the unknowns, Congressman, as you stated in your opening remarks, across all domains. So we've been doing this for decades. We've been looking at the space domain, looking at space objects, looking at space weather, looking at space phenomena. We've been looking at things in the air domain, and we, as you know, and I'll talk more about this in classified session, but we have a very concerted effort to understand adversarial platforms and adversarial developmental programs, and we do that also in the ground domain. And of course, we're very interested in what happens in the underwater or sea domain, if you will, subsurface domain. So if there are objects that our aviators or air crews are encountering in this air domain, and their sensors are discovering or detecting some of these objects, we want to just bring that in to the normal process that we have for identifying unknown unknowns. We want to make sure we have the intelligence requirements that allow us not only to look at that event from the time that it occurs forward, but maybe retrospectively, we want to go back and see if we can get to the left of that event to say, was there some developmental program that we, to get to your technical surprise issue, sir, that we should have known about? And if so, how do we put that intelligence requirement in place to ensure that we are following an adversarial development or any other development that may be out there? So that's what we want to do in terms of normalizing this and bringing it into the normal process of how we identify unknown unknowns.
So you mentioned fidelity, and I think it's important to talk about the relationship from the Navy as the lead agency on this. How do you interact with Space Force, Air Force to create that degree of fidelity? We're talking about sensors and so on. And I guess where I have some concerns that many of the images that we see commonly in this committee and even in open source, the resolution and the clarity that would allow a robust technical intelligence analysis is challenging. So is Aimsog prepared to address the quality and quantity of data collected on UAP to advance intelligence collection? And do you have the adequate sensors you need to collect that high quality data?
One of the lines of effort that we have is looking at our sensor capabilities and to understand whether or not, as the video showed that Mr. Bray displayed, sometimes it's very fleeting data that we have on some of these objects. And we want to make sure that, one, our systems are calibrated to actually be able to collect on the objects. You know, our sensors today they're calibrated for specific things. We want to make sure they're calibrated for things of this nature, things of this size, things of this velocity, if I can use that term. We want to make sure that once we have that data is stored in some standardized method that we can then extract and that we can feed into our system real time. So we do not want this to take some prolonged period of time for us to get that data. But our goal is absolutely to have that high fidelity information that we get from all sensors. And we want to be able to integrate that with what we may have off of ground-based sensors. So whatever we may have on a platform, whatever we may have on the ground, whatever we may have from other sensors that we may have in different domains. We want to be able to integrate that all and get this integrated picture as we would, as I said, with any other unidentified objects or things that we are tracking as a part of our normal intelligence responsibilities.
Thank you. Last question, Mr. Bray, if you would. I'm a Navy pilot. I've encountered a UAP. Walk me through the reporting protocol once I see something that I think needs reported.
The first thing that aviator would do after landing as a part of their normal debriefing is they would contact their intelligence officer. Their intelligence officer would then walk them through first filing data preservation to ensure that whatever sensor data may be on the aircraft, that we preserve that so that it's available for later analysis. Second, they would actually fill out a form that includes details like where they were operating, altitudes they were operating, speeds, what they observed, whatever sensor data they may have recorded from that. And then that report is filed. It goes two places. One, it goes through the operational chain of command, so that operational units are aware of what's being observed, and also to the UAP task force, so that they can take that data, database it, and quite often have individuals from the task force contact the aviator and ask them additional questions if there were things that weren't clear in the report. That then goes into a database where we begin to compare it with other observations that we have, again, comparing for locations, comparing for altitude, speeds, shapes, if any RF emissions were detected from the platform, all of that, so that we can try to reach some conclusions on that.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chairman Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bray, can you rerun that first image? It looked like it was outside of a plane window. And if you wouldn't mind going up to the screen and tell us what we're seeing. Not that you can necessarily tell us what we're seeing, but
right.
Explain what we should be looking at in that first image.
Absolutely. And Alexi, what I'll ask is if you can stop it at a certain point.
And are we looking outside of a civilian aircraft window? Is that what we're looking at? Okay.
spherical object that passes right through here, passes right through there because the aircraft is moving pretty fast in this direction, fly by of it. And it is a.
Is that it right there?
That is it. There we go. Off in the distance.
Can you point to the screen again what we're supposed to be looking at?
Is right.
Okay, if you could stop that frame.
That's not the one.
No, that's not the one.
Alexia, just push play. Let's see if. Here's what you'll see coming up right here is there it went. Back up just a little. Spherical object right here. It zooms by the window right in this area right there. There we go. Could you see that part right there again going by? I think we're having a hard time stopping at the right spot. Right.
Okay.
So as you can see, it's difficult, and I think a part of the issue here is the laptop we're working with is not as easy for stopping that video in the right spot.
We'll describe what we have seen in that. What are we observing?
What you see here is aircraft that is operating in a U.S. Navy training range that has observed spherical object in that area, and as they fly by it, they take a video. You see it looks reflective in this video, somewhat reflective, and it quickly passes by the cockpit of the aircraft.
And is this one of the phenomena that we can't explain?
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is.
And is this one of the situations where it is? That's the object that we're looking at right there. Thank you. And is this a situation where it was observed by the pilot and it was also recorded by the aircraft's instruments?
We'll talk about the multi-sensor part in a later session. But in this case, we have at least that.
In the Director of National Intelligence 2021 unclassified report, the ODNI reported 144 UAPs between 2004 and 2021, 80% of which were recorded on multiple instruments. And I take it with respect to some of those, you had a pilot seeing them if it was observed by a pilot,
right,
and you had multiple instruments recording it. So you really have three sensors, the human sensor and two technical sensors detecting the object. Is that?
For the majority of incidents that we had in the last year's report, the majority had multi-sensor data. When I talk about the 400 reports that we have now, that number will certainly go down because a lot of those new reports that we have are actually historic reports that are narrative-based. So that percentage will go down just as a factor of the fact that the destigmatization has resulted in more narrative reports.
And that's the object we're looking at right there now, right?
That's it right there.
Okay. Last year's report also said that of those 144, 18 of them reportedly appear to exhibit unusual flight characteristics, appear to demonstrate advanced technology, and some of them appeared to remain stationary in winds aloft, move against the wind, maneuver abruptly, or move at considerable speed without discernible means of propulsion. That's pretty intriguing. And if you're able to answer this in this setting, are we aware of any foreign adversary capable of moving objects without any discernible means of propulsion?
I think I would, without discernible means of propulsion, I would say that we're not aware of any adversary that can move an object without discernible means of propulsion. The question then becomes, in many of these cases where we don't have a discernible mean of propulsion in the data that we have, in some cases there is likely sensor artifacts that may be hiding some of that. There's certainly some degree of something that looks like signature management that we have seen from some of these UAP, but I would caution. I would simply say that there are a number of events in which we do not have an explanation. And there are a small handful in which there are flight characteristics or signature management that we can't explain with the data that we have. We'll continue. Those are obviously the ones that are of most interest to us. Earlier, when we asked about how you avoid technological surprise, the biggest way you avoid technological surprise is by collecting this type of data and by, importantly, calibrating the assumptions that you go into with how you do that analysis. I'll tell you, within the UAP task force, we have one basic assumption, and that is that generally speaking, our sensors operate as designed. And we make that assumption because many times these are multi-sensor collections. We make no assumptions about the origin of this or that there may or may not be some sort of technology that we don't understand. That's, I think, the key to avoiding technological surprises, by calibrating those assumptions.
And finally, with respect to the second two videos showing the small triangles, the hypothesis is that those are commercial drones that, because of the use of night vision goggles, appear like triangles. Is that the operating assessment?
Some type of drone, some type of unmanned aerial system, and it is simply that light source resolves itself through the night vision goggles onto the SLR camera as a triangle.
And have we, in order to prove that hypothesis, flown a drone and observed it with that same technology to see whether we can reproduce the effect?
The UAP task force is aware of studies that have done that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Dr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. My first question is, through this process where there's been sightings, have the sightings been stationary, or have they always been sighted from a moving object, from a plane or a ship that may be moving? Have these reports ever come from a stationary object being observed in the sky?
The UAP task force does have reports from a stationary observer.
Because there's a difference observing something when you're moving as
Right.
well. It's physics, right? So that's
Right.
why I asked that question. Are we capable, or have we made any breakthroughs, or anyone made any breakthroughs to be able to cite something and make some determination at all of its composition, whether it's a solid or a gas? Is there any such capability?
From
I'm not asking what, I'm just
right from some of the returns. I mean, it's clear that the majority, well, it's clear that many of the observations we have are physical objects from the sensor data that we have.
Well, gas is physical, is a physical object. It can be, and so, and you see where I'm going with this. I'm trying to determine what it is we're looking at. So if we can decide if something is a solid or a gas, and if there have been any conclusion on its capabilities, like its capabilities of movement, of turning, going, 180 degrees or 90-degree turn, anything along that line that we've been able to determine.
Within the, and again, I should point out that that there is not a single explanation for UAP. There are a lot of different things that are unidentified aerial phenomena.
Basically, we really don't know much on that. That's all I'm trying to get at. And I'm pleased that you have protocol right now for our military, but are there any non-military reports coming forward of similar events, or is it all coming from military?
The UAP Task Force has a very good working relationship with the FAA. They have very good working relationship with other parts of the U.S. government so that we can ingest reports from.
Do we have
from
any
those sources.
reports non-military?
Yes.
Thank you. That's my question. And do we need to put out protocol for civilians that may be in that arena, like through FAA? Do you think that would be appropriate and helpful?
I think standardized reporting, without a doubt, is key to helping us get to ascertain what some of these are.
I think it would be important as well. Do we? There are other people besides the U.S. that have had these experiences and reported them. Is that correct?
There are. That's correct.
Is it all of our allies, or is it allies and adversaries? What have we learned publicly?
So some of that, I think, sir, we'll save for closed session.
Well, that goes to my next question. Publicly, have others made anything which would not have to be considered closed?
So-
I don't want you to answer what they've said necessarily.
Allies have seen these. China has established its own version of a UAP task force. So clearly, a number of countries have observations of things in the airspace that they can't identify.
And do we share data with some, with all? Are they sharing with us?
We share data with some, and some share data with us.
But not necessarily all that have publicly reported something?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think that's an important thing, and for the other session, actually, that we don't discuss that now, because, obviously something like this can be a national security challenge for us, no doubt about it. If they're developed by an adversary through some breakthrough technology, they can be very disruptive to our military actions, or at least serve as a distraction. So my caution would be careful who we share our data with, and don't necessarily trust some of the data we may get from someone else. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the objectives of this open hearing is to try to erode some of the stigma that attaches to, in particular, our military men and women reporting this. It's obviously really very serious because should one of our adversaries have developed a technology that we don't know about it, we need to know about it yesterday. And obviously, any sort of stigma that prevents our military from reporting this data as comprehensively as possible is a national security threat. So I really just have two questions in the service of that goal. The first is, the chairman asked that we run that video again. Most people, when they see a video, we're all used to seeing things from a car, seeing things from a sidewalk. Very few people have the experience of observing something through night vision goggles at Mach 1.5. So just talk for a minute about, if you would, whichever of you is most appropriate, how radically different observation is at high speed and 3 dimension than it is for most of us who walk around and drive cars.
So the first thing I think that's important to note about this is there are lots of things when you are moving very fast and an object is between you and a stationary reference point like the ground. It gives a lot of different impressions about how quickly something is or isn't moving. And it actually means that it is a challenge, especially with narrative-based data, to get a lot of information on that. That's why the sensor data is so important, because things do happen very quickly, as you see there. And sometimes things that happen very quickly, something may be moving very slow. That aircraft is moving quite fast. How fast that object is moving that goes by is probably very slow.
So I guess my point is that an observation, either a visual observation or a electronic observation, infrared or whatever, looks radically different than it does to most people. Even instruments are on gimbals and that sort of thing, so that creates a very unusual view to, again, those of us who are used to seeing things in 2 dimensions largely. And Second question. I think, Mr. Bray, you said something that I want to unpack a little bit. A number of these UAPs, you said we can't explain. Again, in the service of sort of reducing speculation and conspiracy theories, we can't explain can range from a visual observation that was distant on a foggy night, we don't know what it is, to we've found an organic material that we can't identify, right? Those are radically different worlds. So when you say we can't explain, give the public a little bit better sense of where on that spectrum of we can't explain we are. Are we holding materials, organic or inorganic, that we don't know about? Are we, picking up emanations that are something other than light or infrared that could be deemed to be communications? Give us a sense for what you mean when you say we can't explain.
Sure. When I say we can't explain, I mean exactly as you described there, that there is a lot of information, like the video that we showed, in which there's simply too little data to create a reasonable explanation. There are a small handful of cases in which we have more data that our analysis simply hasn't been able to fully pull together a picture of what happened. And those are the cases where we talk about where we see some indications of flight characteristics or signature management that are not what we had expected. When it comes to material that we have no material. We have detected no emanations within the UAP task force that would suggest it's anything non-terrestrial in origin. So there's when I say unexplained, I mean everything from too little data to the data that we have doesn't point us towards an explanation, but we'll go wherever the data takes us. Again, we've made no assumptions about what this is or isn't. We're committed to understanding these, and so we'll go wherever that data takes us.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And so I think it bears emphasis. When you say we can't explain, everything that you can't explain is in a bucket called data. Is that correct? And that would mean data collected by sensors, visual observations, everything that we can't explain, quote unquote, is in a bucket called data.
Right. A narrative report from the early 2000s, if it just had a little bit of information on it, would be in our database and it would be unresolved.
I would add to that, it's insufficient data. I mean, that's one of the challenges we have. Insufficient data either on the event itself, the object itself, or insufficient data or plug-in with some other organization or agency that may have had something in that space at that time. So it's a data issue that we're facing in many of these instances, Congressman.
Understood. Thank you very much. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to join this hearing. I really appreciate the witness's testimony. Mr. Moultrie, as the chairman mentioned, DoD had an initiative to study UFOs in the 1960s called Project Blue Book. It's also been well reported in our briefing and in other places that we have more recent projects, specifically ATIP. Could you describe any other initiatives that the DoD or DoD contractors have managed after Project Blue Book ended and prior to ATIP beginning? Did anything also predate Project Blue Book?
So I can't speak to what may have predated Project Blue Book. I mean, of course, there's Roswell and all these other things that people have talked about over the years. I'm familiar with Blue Book. I'm familiar with ATIP. I haven't seen other documented studies that have been done by DoD in that regard.
So you're not aware of anything in between Project Blue Book and ATIP?
I'm not aware of anything that's official that was done in between those two. Okay. Hasn't been brought to my attention.
Okay. Additionally, are you aware of any other DoD or DoD contract programs focused on UAPs from a technological engineering perspective? And by that, I mean, are you aware of any technology initiatives focused on this topic other than initiatives focused on the individual case investigations?
I am not aware of any contractual programs that are focused on anything related to this other than what we are doing in the Navy Task Force and what we are about to launch in terms of our effort.
Same question for you, Mr. Bray.
Same answer, not aware of anything outside what we are doing in the UAP Task Force.
So just to confirm, you're not aware of any technology or engineering resources that have been focused on these efforts besides what we've mentioned today?
Once again, I'll say no contractual or programmatic efforts that are involved. And the reason why I qualify it that way, let me qualify it that way. I can't speak to what people may be looking at in the department. Somebody says, I'm looking at something that may be unidentified, and I can't speak to that. I speak to official programs that we have on the record.
It's also been reported that there have been UAP observed and interacting with and flying over sensitive military facilities, particularly, and not just ranges, but some facilities housing our strategic nuclear forces. One such incident allegedly occurred at Malmstrom Air Force Base, in which 10 of our nuclear ICBMs were rendered inoperable. At the same time, a glowing red orb was observed overhead. I'm not commenting on the accuracy of this. I'm simply asking you whether you're aware of it and whether you have any comment on the accuracy of that report.
Let me pass that to Mr. Bray. If you've been looking at UAPs over the last 3 years.
That data is not within the holdings of the UAP task force.
Okay, but are you aware of the report, or that the data exists somewhere?
I have heard stories. I have not seen the official data on that.
So you've just seen informal stories, no official assessment that you've done or exists within DoD that you're aware of regarding the Malmstrom incident?
All I can speak to is, what's within my cognizance of the UAP task force, and we have not looked at that incident.
I would say, it's a pretty high-profile incident. I don't claim to be an expert on this, but that's out there in the ether. You're the guys investigating it. Who else is doing it?
If something was officially brought to our attention, we would look at it. There are many things that are out there in the ether that aren't officially brought to our attention.
So how would it have to be officially brought to your attention? I'm bringing it to your attention.
Sure, so,
this is pretty official.
Sure. So we'll go back and take a look at it, but generally there is some authoritative figure that says there is an incident that occurred. We'd like you to look at this. But in terms of just tracking what may be in the media that says that something occurred at this time, at this place, there are probably a lot of leads that we would have to follow up on. I don't think we are resourced to do that right now.
Well, I don't claim to be an authoritative figure, but for what it's worth, I would like you to look into it. And
sure.
If for no other reason, you could dismiss it and say this is not worth wasting resources on.
Will do.
And then finally, are you aware of a document that appeared around 2019, sometimes called the Admiral Wilson Memo or EW Notes Memo?
I am not.
You're not.
I'm not personally aware of that.
Okay. This is a document in which, again, I'm not commenting on the veracity. I was hoping you would help me with that, in which a former head of DIA claims to have had a conversation with the Dr. Eric Wilson and claims to have sort of been made aware of certain contractors or DoD programs that he tried to get fuller access to and was denied access to. So you're not aware of that?
I'm not aware, Congressman.
In my 10 seconds remaining, then I guess I just would ask Mr. Chairman unanimous consent to enter that memo into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Christian Murthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to both of you for appearing today and for your public service. First question is, there have been no collisions between any U.S. assets and one of these UAPs, correct?
We have not had a collision. We've had at least 11 near misses, though.
And maybe we'll talk about those 11 near misses or any place where there's close proximity. I assume, or tell me if I'm wrong, there's been no attempt, there's no communications or any kind of communication signals that emanate from those objects that we've detected, correct?
That's correct.
And have we attempted to communicate with those objects?
No.
So we don't even put out a alert saying, U.S. Identify yourself. You are, within our flight path or something like that. We haven't said anything like that.
We've not put anything out like that. Generally speaking, for example, in the video that we showed earlier, it appears to be something that is, unmanned, appears to be something that may or may not be in controlled flight. And so we've not attempted any communication with that.
Okay. So, and I assume we've never discharged any armaments against a UAP, correct?
That's correct.
How about wreckage? Have we come across any wreckage of any kind of object that has now been examined by you?
The UAP task force doesn't have any wreckage that isn't explainable, that isn't consistent with being of terrestrial origin.
Do we have any sensors underwater to detect on submerged UAPs, anything that is in the ocean or in the seas?
So I think that would be more appropriately addressed in closed session, sir.
Okay. I think one of the biggest questions that I have is, we say with a lot of probability, we say they, quote unquote, probably do represent physical objects, close quote. When we say probably, is that because we cannot conclusively say that they are physical objects?
In the task force report, when I say probably represent physical objects, most of them represent physical objects. There could be some that are more of a meteorological phenomena, something like that, that may not be a physical object in the sense that most people think of something you could go up and touch.
But the ones where you say most of them represent physical objects, can you say that they are definitely, like with 100% certainty, that they are physical objects?
I can say with certainty that a number of these are physical objects.
Okay, so we can't rule out that some of them may not be physical objects.
So, some certainly could be a sensor anomaly or something like that. Some could be.
Now, how about with regard to UAPs? We've talked about UAPs on training areas, but obviously there's some sensor bias. I would think we put sensors in training areas. How about with regard to non-training areas? Do we track what's in open source and what civilians and others have tracked? And have we found similarities to what they've observed in terms of UAPs in non-training areas to the ones that are in training areas?
The UAP task force has worked very hard to make sure the data set that we're working with is a data set that we have very good control over that data. So we have some partnerships with FAA so that we get some of that, so we get that reporting in. But if it comes to just open source reports or someone says that they saw something, that generally does not make it into our database.
So basically, it sounds like we have a good partnership with FAA, but don't have partnerships with other agencies or other entities that might be tracking so that we could enlarge our data set to make comparisons.
So we will. So that's the goal of this next effort, will be to expand that relationship with the rest of government and the interagency, so we can understand what they're seeing, what we're seeing. We can correlate on each other's holdings.
Because I
think,
think, sorry to interrupt, but I think that we might have a bias right now going on with regard to just reporting on UAPs being in training areas when we don't really track what's happening elsewhere. Last question: have our encounters with UAPs altered the development of either our offensive or defensive capabilities, or even our sensor capabilities?
We'd save that for the closed session.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and want to thank the witnesses for being here today. Obviously, this topic of UAPs has attracted a lot of interest in people that are curious about this hearing today. As we talk about, and I would say there's a lot of what I would call amateur interest groups that are involved in the UAP field. My question is, when there are unsubstantiated claims or manufactured claims of UAPs or kind of false information that's put out there, what are the consequences for people that are involved with that or groups that are involved with that?
So one of the concerns that we have is that there are a lot of individuals and groups that are putting information out there that that could be considered to be somewhat self-serving. We're trying to do what's in the best interest of, one, the Department of Defense, and then two, what's in the best interest of the public, to ensure that we can put factual-based information back into the mainstream and back into the bloodstream of the reporting media that we have, so people understand what's there. It's important because we are attempting, as this hearing has drawn out, to understand, one, what may just be natural phenomenon, two, what may be sensor phenomenology or things that were happening with sensors, three, what may be legitimate counterintelligence threats to places that we have or bases or installations, or security threats to our platforms. And anything that diverts us off of what we have with the resources that have been allocated to us, send us off in these spurious chases and hunts that are just not helpful. And they also they also contribute to the undermining of the confidence that the Congress and the American people have that we are trying to get to the root cause of what's happening here, report on that, and then feed that back into our national security apparatus so we are able to protect the American people and our allies. So it is harmful, it is hurtful, but hopefully if we get more information out there, we'll start to lessen the impact of some of those spurious reports.
So just taking that a step further, so that misinformation, false narratives, manufactured, so what are the consequences? Are there legal consequences? Are there examples that you can give us where people have been held accountable by this misinformation or disinformation?
I can't give you, any examples where somebody's been legally held liable for putting something out there, but
well, I guess what's the deterrent from people engaging in this activity?
I don't know. I don't have that answer. That's something that welcome the dialogue with Congress to talk about that with the members who help legislate those laws to say what should be the legal ramifications that we could use to potentially hold individuals accountable, whether it be citizens or information that might be injected into our media by other forces or other countries, if you will.
And in terms of DOD's review and analysis in this field, I mean, is there a standard in place when it comes to UAPs? I mean, is there any guidance you look to that's codified in law or otherwise within DOD that kind of sets out the standards for UAPs and what to look for?
I think that's part of what the group that we're standing up now will be chartered to do. We're actually, from my organization, we'll be looking at policy and standards that we have to come to you and work with you to actually put in place and promulgate across our government.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Welch.
Thank you. I'm going to follow on the line of questions from Mr. LaHood. Gentlemen, what seems incredibly difficult for you is that there's two almost competing but different narratives. One is no one knows whether there's extraterrestrial life. It's a big universe, and it would be pretty presumptuous to have a hard and fast conclusion. And then if there is, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that there is some exploration coming here. And that underlies a lot of the reports you get. I think Mr. LaHood was asking about that. People think there must be extraterrestrial life, and it's not at all beyond the pale that there would be a visit here. On the other hand, as the DOD, you have the responsibility to make sure that our national security is protected, and that if there are surveillance drones or active drones that can disable our systems, that has to be analyzed, has to be stopped. So how do you divide how do you separate your responsibilities where you get all these reports from folks who maybe in good faith, maybe not, believe that you should be investigating every possible report of a extraterrestrial incident? I'll start with you, Mr. Moultrie.
Sure, indeed, Congressman, and thank you for the question. It's important that we, as a part of this effort, really build out the relationship that we have with others, including NASA, and for the reasons that you just pointed out. So there are elements in our government that are engaged in looking for life in other places, and they have been doing that for decades. Right? They've been searching for extraterrestrial life. There are astrobiologists who have been doing this too. We're a part of that same government, and so our goal is not to potentially cover up something if we were to find something. It's to understand what may be out there, examine what it may mean for us, if there are any, from a defense perspective, any national security implications or ramifications, but then to work with organizations as appropriate, if it's a weather phenomenology with NOAA, if it's a potential for extraterrestrial life or an indication of extraterrestrial life with someone like NASA.
So the transparency actually is very important
completely
for public consumption.
Completely.
But we're going to have a classified briefing, and without going into the details of what kinds of secrets that we can't share here, what is it? What are we protecting? I don't know if you can answer this question in this open forum, but in fact, your perception of what it is we have to quote protect.
So I think right now what's really important for us to protect is how we know certain things. So there are a lot of things that we know, whether it be about the thinking of other leaders around the world, the weapon systems that are being developed, or how we detect things that may be threats to us. Many of those things are the result of some of our most sensitive sources and methods. And we'll use those things, not just for this effort, but those same sources and methods are used to help protect us from adversaries and from others who might mean to do us harm. There aren't separate UAP sensors. There's not a separate UAP processing computer. There's not a separate UAP dissemination chain or whatever. So it's the same process. It's the same system that we have that helps us do all that. We need to protect that because this is something that we're looking at, but we're sure there are going to be other things that we'll look at in the future that we'll need those same sensors, we'll need those same sources and methods to help us do. So we're protecting the fact of that this nation has developed capabilities that enable us to know what may be threats to us and to counter those threats before they become something of a national issue.
Thank you very much. I want to thank both you, Mr. Bray, and you, Mr. Moultrie, for your appearance today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlemen, beyond videos, is there a range of other information that the executive branch has that would be valuable to the American people while protecting sources and methods, obviously? The details of individual encounters, including the time, place, and details of an encounter. And does the Aimsog have a clear and repeatable process for considering public release as part of the process?
Chairman Carson,
and do you commit to building that process if it's not in place?
The UAP Task Force, the security classification guide that the UAP Task Force has been operating under that I approved really was meant to protect those sources and methods and meant to protect any knowledge that an adversary intelligence entity may gain from understanding what we're tracking, how we track it, or when we're tracking it, or if we're not. And so that has been an important piece in the balance between transparency and preserving our warfighting advantage, because the U.S. military does train as it would fight. What I will commit to is, at least for that material that's under my authority as the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, for information that we have when it does not involve sources and methods, and when we can, with a reasonable degree of confidence, determine that it does not pose a foreign intelligence or national security threat, and it's within my authority to do so, I commit to declassifying that. So I believe very much in the transparency of this, and we work very hard to balance that with our national security needs.
And I'll just add, Congressman, just over the last 3-4 months, I think that the intelligence community and the national defense apparatus have disclosed more information on various events than it has in probably the previous 10 years. You have our commitment to work closely with the Director of National Intelligence and others in the declassification and downgrading of intel apparatus to ensure that we can get whatever information that we can out to the American people and to the public writ large.
Greatly appreciated, sir. Ranking Member Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Stefanik is en route, I believe, just real quickly, but in the interim, if you'll indulge me, I just have a couple of real small questions. One is, do we have an example? Can you cite a specific example of an object that can't be explained as having been human-made or natural?
I mean, the example that I would say that it is still unresolved, that I think everyone understands quite well, is the 2004 incident from Nimitz. We have data on that, and it simply remains unresolved. Does not mean it resolves to being something, right, that is easily explainable or obviously it resolves to being something that is difficult to explain. Mm-hmm. But I can't point to something that definitively was not man-made, but I can point to a number of examples in which remain unresolved.
Gotcha. With regard to videos that have appeared in open source channels, for example, the Tic Tac video, does Aimsog maintain control of videos, and how do you prevent leaks of potentially classified videos or other material?
So the Aimsog, as we establish that organization, we will have a process for classified and compartmented holdings, and we will find a way of getting positive control over those. We have our sensitive access programs and special access programs that allow us to put what we call SAPs around things, and then there's controlled access programs that allow us to put caps around things. So we'll have that in place. Our goal will be ensuring that we're sharing that with the appropriate analysts and the appropriate exploiters, if you will, who can look at that data too. What we don't want to do is bring something into a DoD database or a DoD holding and then have so many wrappers around it, it's not available to those who really need to look at it and to exploit it. And that's one of the reasons we're establishing relationships with the interagency, with the IC and others to be able to do that, sir. But we will do our best to maintain positive control over the materials that we have within our holdings.
Thank you.
Chairman Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just going back to the 2021 report, under the category of UAP appear to demonstrate advanced technology, those 18 incidents in which some of the UAP appear to remain stationary, winds aloft, move against the wind, maneuver abruptly, or move at considerable speed without discernible means of propulsion. It goes on to say, in a small number of cases, military aircraft systems processed radio frequency energy associated with UAP sightings. I couldn't tell from that whether that small number of cases was a part of the subset of 18. That is, among the 18 which appeared to move with unusual pattern or flight characteristics, did some of those also emit radio frequency energy?
I would have to check with our UAP task force on that. I believe, without getting into specifics that we can do in the closed session, at least some that we have detected RF emissions from were not behaving oddly otherwise.
And the significance of measuring that radio frequency energy is what? That we suspect that this was some form of aircraft in which there were radio transmissions?
The biggest thing that you're looking for there is any indication of an effort to jam whatever sensors that we may have looking at it.
But I would also add to that radio frequency, as you know, Congressman, is used to control various platforms too. So the fact of emanations coming off of any platform, whether it be a UAV or another platform, could be radio frequency activity related to that entity transmitting out or something transmitting to that platform. And of course, we have a sensitivity with our airborne platforms of picking it up, which is one of the reasons that we try to prevent people from using their cell phones on airplanes and things like that. It's very sensitive to RF emanations. So that's a part of what we'll be looking at in the Aimsog. What is this? Is this something that we can collect on, and can we start to characterize the signaling environment around the emanations that may be coming off of some of these UAPs?
So that energy then that was recorded could be either an effort to jam, or it could be an effort to control a UAV, or any other communication with that craft.
I would say that's accurate.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. As the ODNI report makes clear, one possible explanation for UAPs is that we are detecting U.S. aircraft, either secret air programs or even test prototypes. I won't ask you in this setting, obviously, to describe any secret DoD programs. That said, I do want to make sure the U.S. government isn't chasing its own tail. Firstly, do you have a clear and repeatable process to check with compartmented programs about whether a UAP sighting is attributable to a U.S. aircraft? Secondly, does the Aimsog staff have the clearances and read-ons that they need to investigate all of these incidents? And thirdly, when your staff cannot be read on, are your questions to those who are read on even being answered?
So I'll start, and then I'll pass that to Mr. Bray. So we're very conscious of the potential blue-on-blue issue or U.S. on U.S., and so we've established relationships with organizations and entities that are potentially flying or developing platforms for their own interests, if you will. And our goal is to continue, and we have a repeatable process. I think we've had that process for some time, to deconflict activities that we may have to ensure that we are not potentially reporting on something that may be a developmental platform or a U.S. operational platform that is performing either testing or performing a mission. So we will have that in place. We've already had those discussions with organizations and entities. We want to ensure that we're protecting their equities. We want to ensure that we're protecting their sources and methods while also getting at what we have here. We want to be able to deconflict those.
Absolutely. The UAP task force has had a process in place to work with other elements of the Department of Defense and other elements of the government to ensure that that there's an as simple a way as possible to deconflict those. And when we reference that in the report, I should say that we were simply accounting for the fact that there could possibly be one or two data points that had leaked through, but we were quite confident that was not the explanation.
How are you all liaisoning with Space Command? Specifically, how are you partnering with the parts of the U.S. Space Command responsible for space domain awareness? And how, if at all, are you partnering with the Space Force to analyze UAPs?
The UAP task force has a very good relationship with Space Force, as it does with the rest of the Department of Defense. We have pulled analysts in from Space Force to ensure that that we're availing ourselves of that expertise, as well as any other material they may have that would be helpful.
And Congressman, as you know, Space Force and Space Command, they have responsibility for space domain awareness. So what we've done, we coordinated with Space Force, we coordinated with their J2, and she is on board in terms of helping us plug into what they have and for us to have this interactive exchange of information and data. And we're doing that with all the services, not just with Space Force or Space Command.
Thank you, sir. Ranking member, any additional questions? All right, Chairman Schiff. All right, with that, I want to thank you all for taking the time out. I also want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for participating in this very historical and important hearing. I think it's one of the few times we can demonstrate some degree of bipartisanship around UAPs and UFOs. So I love it. Appreciate it. Thank you. And we will see you all. We will recess this hearing for the moment and return in a closed session at noon.
All right, everybody. That looks like the hearing has come to a close. Let me turn my speakers down a little bit here. I was super prepared for that. I mean, I am throat deep in notes and comments, and want to thank everybody for all of their comments along the way. Definitely was an active bank of chat rooms this morning. Wow. Well, certainly, this is my first time to ever host or try to drive any coverage of a live hearing like this. And it's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work. And, I'm just trying to make sure that you guys, have a place to be able to get all this information. And so there was a lot to go over. There's a lot to unpack. There were some very there were some very pointed, I think, choreographed, in my opinion, well choreographed lines of questioning today. I think along the way there were obviously obvious sort of signals that suggested who some of these representatives have been talking to in the civilian bank of UFO and UAP informations. Certainly there were more intelligence and three-letter agencies that kind of tilted some of the questioning. I found it very interesting that, man, when we started to get some of the meat on the bone questions going, they would deflect to the closed door hearings. So they are now in recess, and they will come back in private session. And while they're doing that, and we've got all of you, thank you all. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. I appreciate you guys being here and all of the interactivity and all the chat. I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, you guys. Nancy, everybody, Chris, you guys, Joe. I truly appreciate all of you, Debbie and CE5 and everybody that's in the chat room this morning. Thank you so much. I'll never be able to get all those names in there. But while they are in private, in recess, heading into private session, I'm going to bring on my good friend, John Burroughs. Everybody knows John Burroughs, who was the airman involved with many others back in December of 1980 in Suffolk, England, at the Rendlesham Bentwaters Air Base's UFO UAP event. And so I'm going to bring John on. He has been monitoring this relatively short hearing, an hour and a half. Boy, they kept it right to the mark after bumping it up early, late yesterday. John, welcome to our coverage of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence UFO hearing. How you doing this morning?
Hey, morning, Race. No more knowledge to the wiser, I guess, from what, as far as I'm concerned, overall, other than, like you said, everything of value is going to get bumped up to the hearing at noon today. So,
yes, and I would so love to be a fly on the wall for that. Right.
Well, right. I mean, it is interesting, at least from this standpoint, that they had these guys under oath. They, you could see when they were getting nervous and tap dancing around certain things, or they would say, not an official inquiry, but we can't rule out the fact that it was looked at by different agencies individually. When I thought the most striking question to me and this whole thing is when I don't remember which congressman asked, but he said, have we developed technology offensively, defensively, or sensor wise off this technology? And there was just an immediate, we'll talk about that in the classified hearings. Or they didn't want to call them classified hearings. They want to call them in the other hearings, or whatever the word they used. They didn't really want to even call them a classified hearing. They just wanted to say there'll be a different type. Closed hearing. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So the good stuff is there. It's going to be talked about there. I mean, if this is just a general group of people that have always wondered about UFOs and what the government's doing, this was a good first step to bring them up to speed that the government is taking it more seriously and looking at it. But the other factor is that when you look at it from a standpoint of that, they sent the groundwork, and Lou Elizondo was on Fox News, and he said there's going to be more hearings besides this one going forward and stuff. But I read an article that one of the people I definitely hope gets interviewed in front of Congress is Lou himself and Mellon, because I think that would clear up a lot of things as far as their involvement. And I also caught something else that caught my attention, and I'm wondering about who's involved when he said they were working with Space Command and there were people from that agency working with them. Who exactly are those people? I would like to know.
That's a good question. And I watched a brief video, and there was an article, I think, on space.com, and if not over at the debrief as well, that Micah put up that told about former Space Command official that was involved today. And I was like, that's a good question. Who are they talking to?
Well, wait a minute. A former Space Command official? Space Command has only been officially in existence for less than 2 years.
Like 5 minutes.
Yeah. So how can that be? And is it military Space Command or is it contract Space Command?
Good question. That's another good question.
How many people are in Space Command now that were contracted in? And is any of the UAP task force contracted in Space Command? Or are they working with the UAP task force?
That's another good point. I was also looking at very closely when the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Bray, said that we have no material. We have no material. We have detected no emanations within the UAP task force that would suggest it's anything non-terrestrial in origin.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, now this has never been clarified.
How
Well, here's the thing that's never been clarified. They changed the nomenclature, and Hillary Clinton introduced it to the American public. I mean, it had been changed, but UAP's been used in the UK for a long time. But she made that comment on that, I forget with the comedy show or whatever you want to call it, the late night show, that she said there's a new nomenclature called UAP. So they haven't even distinguished the difference. Is UAP now the new UFO and everything we ask about UAPs go back to UFOs? Or is there stuff that's hidden under UFOs that hasn't been tied to UAPs? So there should be a direct question to these guys. Is everything we're talking about go all the way back? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then my next question
John,
is,
could you do me a favor and tilt your camera up just a little bit at the top of your head?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you
Then
go.
my next question is, and I was, the blue book, I kind of tried to look around this morning because that was a thought that came to my mind. And because I wasn't around for the hearings and stuff, or I don't remember them. How much of that stuff was kept classified? It seems like so much of this that's going on right now is classified. So they're actually doing like what the Air Force did with Rendlesham when they called me up and they told me, well, we want you to talk about this to CNN, Chuck DeCaro, because we don't want to really look like it's being covered up, that we have to acknowledge something's going on, but we don't really want you to talk about the meat and potatoes of it. We want you to skirt the issue, and we want you to skirt the issue based on the memo that Halt released, which once I finally got to see the memo, it was false. It was misleading. But the point being is when you go back and look at this, how much of this, is it being directed as, well, we're going to do this now because we got caught red-handed with videos, but we're going to just keep the public's interest up enough to make it look like we're not covering up. But anything of value, we're going to classify national security and then hide it behind closed hearings, which exactly then I think a question should be asked is, besides the fact that you're hiding it behind closed hearings, is this actually working towards trying to develop technology or to brief on what we've developed so far, which was actually one of the questions was, have we developed offensive, defensive, or sensor capabilities off of this? And immediately, without hesitation, the guy says, we'll talk about that behind the closed doors.
Yeah, I had that under my deflects notes because in preparation for this morning, one of the things I knew that we were going to come across in the hearings was deflection. And so that was definitely one of the things, can we monitor UAPs under the ocean? Man, look, how hard is it to say that our submarines are badass? Our technology is really good. You don't have to give ways and means or methods or anything. You don't have to get radar details or any kind of technical detection capabilities, but you can say yes to that. It's not. I really just don't think that
Well,
it's
well,
anything
right.
that
But
warrants,
the question is then, right? But then the question is, okay, they kind of did that at the beginning when the first couple Congress people that I saw were like trying to tap dance around their questions, saying, "I don't want you to give this, I don't want you to give that, but can we do this?" And there was a couple answers of yes, but ultimately, if you admit we can monitor them, then you're admitting they're real. And realistically, they're in a roundabout way admitting there's something real about all this, but they're just telling you they don't know really what real is. So in other words, we can separate our stuff. We're working with agencies to make sure we don't divulge our stuff and what we're working on, but we really don't know what we're dealing with. But again, there was no question on how can you separate what's real and what's not, what's vital and what's not. Like, in other words, when you see it right away, it was kind of a roundabout question. When you see it, are you able to distinguish if it's just a weather anomaly or something like that, or is this something of further value? And that was never really completely addressed. And so they're really not admitting what they know and they don't know, other than there are things out there that they can't totally identify, and that's never even clarified either. How close are you? How long have you been monitoring this stuff? What data points are you going back to? Somebody did ask about Blue Book, and the guy said he was aware of Blue Book, but they never really clarified how far back have you been tracking this? How far have we come with our new technology? Like when you say the subs, yeah, but so can the aircraft.
Right.
So can satellites. There's so much technology out there. So they make it sound like they don't really know anything, but we've spent billions on technology and they can't give us a simple answer.
That's tough. Yeah. And then, before we go, because we've got Steven Bassett, we're going to bring in just a moment. You're watching the Un X Network coverage of the UFO hearings on Capitol Hill that have just wrapped up. They're in break now, I think, and then they're going to come back in closed door session. As promised, we've got Steven Bassett coming up. John, really quickly, and we can bring this up with Mr. Bassett as well, but when it came to the discussion of or the questioning of civilian reports and is the U.S. government and any of its intelligence agencies working with, civilian organizations or agencies to, I guess, collect reports, sighting reports and data, and in fact, international collection. And in testimony today, a Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Bray, confirmed that China has its own UAP task force, which, I actually saw a really good article on the debrief written by Micah Hanks, I believe, over at the debrief. And I'll put that link in the matter of fact, I'll do it right now. I'll put the link to that article in chat for everybody. Let me do that right now. And, okay. And so I thought it was really interesting. I wasn't quite impressed with, he started to answer and got interrupted, but he was ripping off names and then all of a sudden it got cut off and it changed. But, he essentially admitted that they're, I don't know if you could say working with, but because I've got to go back and look at the exact quote because I was taking quick notes, but it sounded to me, John, and I want your thoughts on this to see if you caught it, if you saw it and caught it, that they're monitoring civilian UFO reporting agency.
Well,
network
yeah, and
administration.
and he clarified that they were working with the FAA. So here's the thing, Race, that I think maybe Bassett might talk about, or that I know for pretty much a fact, because based off of my case, what happened to me and what certain people told me was, now they may get surprised occasionally, but they have a pretty good knowledge, both military and civilian wise, what's real and what's not. And what I mean by that, based off all the data collection, and that was one of the things that they were working on that most people aren't aware of. They were basically, there was a guy from the UK that was probably working with the intelligence agency over there, was trying to get all the old reports, all the old stories, all the old stuff and studies that were done by even civilian investigators, because what they're trying to do is put together real quickly, they're going to know what's real and what's not. And what I mean by the description of the event, what their equipment picks up, probably even what they can see from space, they're going to have a really good idea of what exactly they're dealing with. And they may not be able to totally identify it. I don't know. I can't say that for sure. But they're going to know, oh, here's another one that we flagged before that was this or that and had interactions and could cause this or that and could do this or is value to us for this or that. So they have a lot more knowledge than they're admitting to. And it would have been nice if there would have been some more direct questions, even if they had to deflect to the closed door hearings, just so people had a better grasp of what they're doing. But this was like, other than a few interesting questions, this was very vanilla, you know what I mean? And black and white. And it really, it's not enough. I'm sure they're going to look at the data even to see how many people watch this or will watch the hearings and recording later, to just see how much interest the public has and gauge it. So how far they need to be concerned about what the public really wants done about this.
That's a good point. I was just monitoring here. One of the people in chat had said they're back up and that Mr. Himes was speaking, but I don't see them on the channel. So for that, let's bring in Steven Bassett. Steven, how are you doing this morning?
Not too bad. It's a little early here, but I'm waking up slowly but surely.
Yeah, it is definitely been an early morning. Just receiving a tweet last night from the intrepid Leslie Kane that they had bumped up the hearings by 1 hour, and thankfully, she put that out there, because I wouldn't have known. I'd have been an hour late and would have only caught 30 minutes of it probably. Did you get a chance to see it?
Of course. Hi, John. It's good to see you. It's been a while.
Hey, Steve.
This went exactly as I expected it to go. This was essentially what I would call a place setter, a confidence builder, an icebreaker to get things going. And you could tell just how they're trying to carefully couch what they're saying and how far they would go and what words would be used to not get out front of their skis, because the real hearings are coming later. Now, how did this help set the stage for those? Well, one, everyone was well behaved. There was just the slightest bit of smile on, I think, one of the members at one point. Serious tone, the proper good language, and the two gentlemen that testified. Just try to consider the difficult position they're in. Are they not aware of the history of this going back all these 70 some years? Of course. Are they not aware of where this is going? Yes, of course they are. But they've got to stay in the lane to protect the future hearings that are coming. And I think they did a pretty good job. It's not easy. There's a lot of things they could have done in this hearing, of course. There's evidence they could have brought in, particularly the Nimitz case, which would have been a lot more stimulating than that one particular case that they brought video on, which is I believe it is the cube inside a sphere, which is a pretty significant thing, that passed between two jets, but you can barely see it. That's okay. They showed some actual evidence that they're working with. So, but probably the most important thing that happened. Now, here are the most important things as far as I'm concerned. And Andre Carson clearly is on the case here. You can tell he's only just getting started. 2, Adam Schiff didn't have to show up for this, but he did. He is, of course, the Intel Committee chair, the big guy. He showed up, he made a number of statements, and he made it clear that there's going to be more coming here. And I think he's pretty much set the stage for him to now call hearings for the Senate House Intel Committee, which is a whole different ballgame. Those hearings are going to start, the next hearings are going to start bringing in the witnesses that we want, such as John Burroughs and other witnesses to nuclear weapons tampering and so forth. But you got to walk before you can run. And then there was our good friend Mike Gallagher, a Republican, young, dynamic, intelligent. He was either tasked to, or he made the decision to, okay, look, I'm going to create a little heat here. I'm not going to let this hearing just go by and be too vanilla. So, and most of just regular citizens or regular journalists that were watching this probably did not understand the significance of what Gallagher did. But he put the Wilson Davis notes into play. These are pretty significant things, those notes. Controversial, heavily, intensely debated in our field, but not resolved, I can assure you. And the implications of those notes, when they're looked at further, if they get looked at in the congressional setting, are non-trivial and could possibly lead to Admiral Wilson and Davis having to come in and perhaps testify. So he did that. He also brought up, John, was the other thing that he brought up? He brought up the nuclear incident. He brought up
Maelstrom. Yeah, right. Can I say something about the Davis exchange?
Of course.
Here's the problem, Steve. Here's the fine line I have. Okay, and I was in the military. I understand national security, and I'm not against it. But okay, let's say he introduced them to the record for a reason, and they're going to force them to come in. It'll probably happen behind closed doors.
Let's put it this way. Generally speaking, the last 75 years has been behind closed doors.
Right.
So the government does on this issue is behind closed doors. What has, of course, happened is because of what's taken place since 2017, is that we're now in a different place. And now there is going to be the front open door hearings. In other words, there's always going to be the classified. But they've now said, look, enough is enough. It's been 54 years. We know how much interest the public has. We know the evidence is pouring out. We know all of these things. We're seeing the thousands of articles that are being written about this in greater depth. We're fully aware of the Nimitz case. We're aware of the efforts by Mellon and Elizondo, et cetera, et cetera. And it's okay now. We want the public to start seeing this take place. We want to go public. In other words, the most important thing that's happening is the Congress is going on the record. You've got members like Carson, like Burchett, like Gallego, Gillibrand, Rubio, who ran for president, going on the record, saying statements about this issue without apparently any fear of consequences. And of course, they're also saying, and it's time to have a hearing. Let's have the public watch it. So I have no problem with further classified engagements. The more information this Congress gets classified, the better. The more classified information they have, the easier it is for them to make the decision, okay, we need more public hearings about what can be public. All right.
Can I ask you something, right, Steve, though? Because you've been in this longer than I have. Is the end game for most of these guys the defense industry itself? Because the most stunning thing to me in this was when, I forget the name of the congressman, asked about, have we developed offensive, defensive, or sensor capabilities off this technology? And immediately he said, we'll talk about that behind closed doors. So is the goal of most of these guys that are pushing this just to get more funding for more technology? And we'll never get a straight answer on how much of it came from UAPs, which is the new nomenclature, and eventually the public's just going to lose interest, or they're never going to get enough data to really push Congress to admit we're not alone. That's the thing that concerns me the most. How much of this is about the defense industry and developing more technology over really letting the public, other than we've got confirmation something's going on, really know what we're dealing with, because every single time you get to a point where they could say, well, we can't go into what we've developed, but yes, we've been able to glean technology from this to further our technology capabilities, which would be tough to admit, because that would admit to our enemies is going on. But that's what I mean. Everything of value seems to just keep getting pushed behind closed doors. So how much interest and how long is the American public going to follow this if everything of value, number one, never gets admitted to or gets talked about? And how much interest will the mainstream news show on this when, again, they're not getting much value out of it?
The national security will always go on. It's always been going on, and it's going to continue to go on. No matter what issues are brought forward, there is a national security infrastructure that deals with all threats, domestic and foreign, and they're going to address this one way or the other. And they have been. We know that. So I'm not too worried about what we're doing with respect to national security. Let me put it this way. I am worried about national security. In that sense, look, we may be working on antimatter weapons. We're trying to escalate the nuclear war situation. Yeah, I'm worried about all of that. But in general, the fundamental issue here is really extraordinarily simple. Aside from whatever national security measures we're taking, is there a non-human intelligence operating in our atmosphere? Are some of these technologies and craft not of human origin? That is a very simple statement that really only one person can make and have the appropriate impact, and that is the President of the United States. And so once the President confirms the extraterrestrial presence, which is not divulging any national security secrets, really, certainly not by this point, or getting into our technology that we use to monitor these things. It's a simple statement: extraterrestrials are here. Now, that's not going to be that hard to make when it finally comes around, and these hearings are leading to that. Once that statement is made, that doesn't mean that everything that is classified becomes unclassified. It doesn't mean that we simply have an open door to all that the government knows. But what it means, it confirms once and forever that they know about that. They've been dealing about that. And obviously our desire to learn about it, the media's desire to learn about it, will obviously be extremely enhanced and will never go away. And so what we're aiming for is not a cleaning out or a emptying of the national security secrets. We're simply aiming for ending a truth embargo on something that has now become so apparent that denying it or not actually addressing it directly is a problem. It is undermining confidence in government. It's making it tough on the people that work at the Pentagon and in our services to maintain this, quote, basically lie. So I know how difficult it is for them to get to where we want them to go, which is to simply acknowledge the extraterrestrial presence. But I know that that's where they're going. It's not about, let's just use this to get more money to the military. The military gets a ton of money already, right?
I honestly think, Stephen, that's where the closed door hearing, I think that's more what that's all about.
Well, can I say something about the military? There's a fight.
You're watching, I want to remind everybody, I don't want to cut you off. Everybody, you're watching the Un X Networks live coverage, post coverage of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence's UFO hearings today, congressional hearings today from Capitol Hill. We've been joined by Micah Hanks this morning and pre-show. Hopefully he'll be returning here once he wraps up his writing. And then we've got John Burroughs here and Steve Bassett. Guys, I want to pose a question to both of you.
Can I ask that one question?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead,
okay. Go ahead,
hey, Steve, the thing is there's a guy by the name of Chuck DeCaro that did CNN, worked for CNN, did the Rendlesham case. Then he went into government and technology, and he worked for Andy Marshall, who's now deceased, but he was the top think tank in advanced technology. And he said one of the biggest fights that goes on in Capitol Hill is funding over technology. And there's a lot of people that still want to keep the technology, current technology going and not spend so much money on exotic technology. So that was one of my points is that we now may have the capabilities based off the study of this UAP, which, by the way, I wanted to add one more thing. Condign report from England says it's under intelligence control. So, but they never clarified what type of intelligence. It's in the Condign report, which is a declassified secret document, a report that was done in the UK. So there is a fight internally inside the DoD on how much money to allot to, R&D and moving forward with more advanced technology over sticking with what we have and we know that works. So that's why I'm kind of stating that I think some of this is trying to bring the Congress up to speed and these people in these committees. Because one of the things that stood out about what happened with me after I testified in front of your hearing, then some people from the government showed up, was the fact that the people after I got my medical treatment went straight to McCain when he was still alive for funding for exotic technology. They went straight with those DIA reports and everything to his committee, which controlled the purse strings for getting funding for more exotic technology. So I think that's what I mean by there's an infighting going on about advancing the funding for technology. Not that the Pentagon doesn't get a lot of money, but how they allot the money.
Within the context of this issue, the presence of extraterrestrials, and all that means, and all the research that's been done by governments, classified research, all the research that's been done by the public to the extent that it could, and there's been a considerable amount of that. As we move forward, there's going to be a huge amount of people maneuvering to benefit from what's coming, to get involved. There's going to be plenty of debates about how to deal with the post-disclosure world. What technology should we allow out, not out? I mean, that goes on anyway. It's just going to go on pretty soon in the context of, oh yeah, by the way, there's extraterrestrials here. So I'm not alarmed that there's a lot of individual. In fact, I'm pleased that there are individuals within the government that are already thinking, wow, how can we benefit from the technology related to the ET issue if that starts to get out, or that there are government contractors thinking we want a piece of that action. But I can say this: the ability to get funding for technologies that seem to be related to what these craft can do, the ability to get funding for anything of technological impact on space exploration, have you, will explode once the world has had the confirmation that the ETs are here. It won't be diminished. It will intensify. The ability to get money for the space program. So if any person within government that's trying to contemplate a post-disclosure world, I think if they think about it enough, realize, my Lord, this will be the best thing that ever happened for me, right? And Bill Nelson, by the way, I think has figured this out. And one of the reasons, I think he was selected to be the head of NASA because of his background. He was on the Senate Intel Committee. He was an astronaut. If there has ever been a head of NASA more prepared for the post-disclosure world, it's got to be Bill Nelson. And I assure you, NASA will have a party. It will be like, oh my Lord, what are we going to do next? And so I think the way I like to cast this, there's so many winners that will come from disclosure. And I think more and more people have come to understand this. And so now the problem is not that one group is trying to prevent this or one group's trying to prevent that. It's just, how do we get from this kind of boxed in situation that the truth embargo has created to where we need to go, which is disclosure, so that all these winners can start benefiting, including the American people, could benefit enormously from in a post-disclosure world. And it's not easy when you manage the truth embargo this long. And now you're trying to get into it in a public way, and you're a member of Congress, and you have to get elected every 2 years. It just can't be done casually. But what Elizondo and Mellon set out to do is happening. Brief members of Congress, get them comfortable with actually going public on this, get them comfortable with holding hearings, have plenty of witnesses lined up to head up onto the Hill, one of which will almost certainly be John, and get this going. And frankly, they've done a pretty good job. And if it wasn't for the extraordinary historical circumstances of unprecedented political events, an incredible pandemic, and probably the most scary war in Europe since 1945, I think we'd already be there. We'd already be having hearings. But you have to work in the circumstances, historical circumstances that you have. These are tough times, which is all the more reason why Carson's decision to go ahead and hold this hearing, in spite of the fact that Ukraine could go boom at any time, shows you that plenty of people in Congress see this as every bit as important as these other things that are going on. And so Carson has made his mark in history. Not surprisingly, it's a subcommittee that held the first hearing, because for the Intel committees to do it would have been a big thing, creating way too much heat too early. So it's a nice move, completely supported by Adam Schiff, who is a major committee chair, right? It sets the stage. It's not too intense. It's just right. And now we have to wait and see which politician, and I assure you, what you're watching now is politicians competing to who is going to be most involved and get more attention on this, the greatest issue of all time. We're seeing about 7 or 8 that have stepped into it, including Tim Burchett, also a Republican like Gallagher, and Tim Burchett is from Tennessee, who goes on News Nation and says to Villert, yeah, it's not human technology. I mean, he was given 3 possibilities as number 3. It's not human technology. So you've got members of Congress competing to see who can say it's extraterrestrial before the other one. Let me tell you, that's what we've always wanted. This is what's been missing all these years. And so now it's only a question of who goes next. I'm not sure who it'll be. If I had to guess, it could be Schiff. But again, there are still matters in Ukraine to follow intensely, and the intelligence committees are involved in that. And so we may have to wait a bit, but I don't think it'll be much longer for the next hearing to be called.
I want to get your thoughts, John, and then Stephen on this. Stephen, you brought up Mr. Gallagher. He had a strict line of questioning, tilted a little bit like, maybe he was meeting with some of our friends about the subject, but he went on.
He's been briefed by Mellon, I assure you.
Yeah. He went on to bring up Project Blue Book, and he wanted to know specifically, did we have any other investigative organization or investigative agencies working on UFOs and UAPs between Blue Book and ATIP? And I found it interesting that they said nothing officially. And the director of naval intelligence said, Bray, he said sightings are frequent and ongoing. And then Ronald Moultrie said that they've been looking at this for decades.
I know. This is what I mean by struggling.
You have 3 people, 3 perspectives. John, what do you think?
Well, okay, what I told you before Steve came on, okay, there's never been a clarification of UAPs. Is that going all the way back to the past? Or is the UAP the new nomenclature that they're going to use from the Nimitz incident going forward? And if they're doing that, that means that a lot of the stuff that would be classified UFOs, could be covered up differently. The military loves to do that, and so does the intelligence agencies. They change the nomenclature, but in reality, they're hiding stuff or questions about what was going on in the past. No differently than Steve, you can maybe answer this when you answer this question. How much of Blue Book was ever classified and then declassified later? Whereas now what they're doing, just about everything of value so far is being held under closed door sessions. And Steve, do you think that they've already had closed door sessions? And I know that some of the congressmen have come out and said they've been briefed on this behind closed door sessions. Who do you think is running those closed door sessions, and how many do you think they've had prior to actually having a public hearing?
First of all, we know that prior to the January 25th report, that very limited report that they put out that was requested by Rubio, the House Intel and Senate Intel, House Armed Services, Senate Armed Services Committees, which is quite a few members, were given a briefing. How big, how long has been debated. I'm starting to settle in on maybe 13 pages in a slide presentation, but we don't know. Recently, they were given another classified briefing. You may have read about that certain members mentioned publicly, again, to the press, that they got another briefing, but they weren't thrilled about it. Didn't seem to be too comprehensive or what have you. That's kind of new. Didn't see that in the past. There's no, and of course, all the meetings that Mellon took on the Hill and any briefings by witnesses, such as the Nimitz witnesses, we don't know what was said or done. I wouldn't call it classified, but they were certainly private briefings. And no press releases were put out. So let's just say that Congress, the current sitting members of Congress, have gotten more information on this subject than probably any previous sessions of Congress ever. And that's important, because the Congress has got to get involved if we're going to get disclosure. You simply can't circumvent Congress on this. But to get back to your other question, see, I don't envy people that don't have a strong knowledge of the history of this entire thing, particularly the politics, as they see this unfolding, and they're just trying to take it on face value. Okay, he said that, he said this. I don't envy him in a way, but in some cases, maybe it's a good thing, because I do know a lot. And so when I'm watching this, I'm going, I know what the answer to that question is, but you're not going to say that. Here is their dilemma. The US government has been studying this phenomena relentlessly for 75 years. Virtually everything that they have done in that regard is classified within SAPs and USAP programs, which we do know about, right? Managed carefully. At the same time, they were maintaining a truth embargo, a deliberate effort to see that this issue does not get out of hand, that the public doesn't get too far, and the press stays at arm's length, as well as the colleges and universities. And they've succeeded in that. And this has been going on. Let me tell you, do I think that Bray and Moultrie don't know that? Of course they know that. They know the government's been studying this phenomenon within its classified programs forever. The question, I think, would have been, the question was basically, do you know of any programs between Blue Book and here that were public? Well, no. There were programs known prior to Blue Book, Grudge and Design, but he didn't mention those. Did he not know about Grudge and Sign? He probably does. But again, how do you go out in front of the public and journalists and intelligently address this issue as it's moving towards a resolution, an issue that has held back information for 7.5 decades, misrepresented, lied, whatever, and now you're trying to get to a place where you can tell the truth, and people have thousands of questions, that most of which you cannot answer. In other words, I'm sure a lot of them would like to say, look, ask me anything, I'll tell you, right? They can't do that. So they're having to sort of play I call it a game, but they have to sort of move in such a way that we continue to move forward, that they don't have to get into areas that are clearly going to be embarrassing for the Air Force and the DOD, and they don't want that right now. They're having to walk this very careful line. It's very hard. And that's why most of the members of Congress over these years wouldn't do it. It's just brutal. So, Stephen Schiff tried to get into this as a member of Congress. He tried to get some answers that he could not be given. And so they had to give him the runaround. And it was all very embarrassing for him, very embarrassing for the Army and the GOA and all, GAO and all this. This whole damn truth embargo has been a massive embarrassment. And so the problem now is not getting the truth right now from this person. The problem now is navigating the process where the Congress and the Department of Defense and ultimately the executive branch can get to a place where they can get out from under this 75-year national security decision that the truth of this issue would be denied the American people and anybody else that was interested, and get to a place where we get the truth. It's not as simple as simply saying, here it is. There's just too many institutions and people's careers and so forth at stake here as we move forward. And so when I watch all this, I'm seeing the process unfold in what for me is very logical. But for others that haven't viewed the politics or thought about it that much, they're going, what? You didn't say that, or you didn't know that, or, oh, come on, give me a break. I understand that. But from what I see, it's going forward exactly as I would have expected. This is just fine. You had one member who was perhaps tasked, but basically one that reached out beyond the basic hearing. Okay, it set the stage for something else, and that was Gallagher, right? He introduces the the event where the weapons were turned off. He actually says that, okay? Now think about that. There's a lot of journalists out there that are hearing that for the first time and are going, what nuclear weapons were turned off? Malmstrom Air Force Base? And then he talks about the fact that, and then when he asked Bray about it, he said, well, I'm not aware. I'm not aware of this. I didn't know. The journalists are, you didn't know? So by doing that, Gallagher has just created a whole bunch of articles, a whole bunch of interviews, and he has put in front of the journalist, hey, you probably should be asking some other members of Congress about those nuclear weapons deals. Now, I know when he said that, Bob Salas probably leaped out of his chair, right? Because he knew the implications of that being said. So that was important. The Wilson Davis notes it's a much more controversial and complex issue. But let me tell you, Admiral Wilson, right, who is not happy about the Wilson Davis notes, right, is about to have to revisit that. And there's going to be pressure on him. And so Gallagher essentially said, okay, let me just put something out there that's going to take this a little bit further. And he's going to get a lot of positive media on this. He's going to get a lot of positive feedback from a lot of people around the country. He has stepped into this issue in a big way. He's a good-looking guy. He seems very intelligent. I have a feeling he has national interest, as many of these people do. Krishnamurti wasn't too bad. Some of the others were kind of banal, but again, staying between the lines. But you only needed one person on that committee to put something out there to grab the press's attention. And the fact that nuclear weapons were turned off once at Malmstrom and many other times has just been put in play in a hearing where witnesses from the DOD were testifying under oath, right, that was televised to the world. So I assure you, this hearing will have plenty of positive consequences.
I agree. I think so. In summary, I found it interesting that they didn't know about, they were unaware of the Wilson documents.
Well, they said they didn't know.
Yeah, they stated that on the record.
A safe play. It's all right. It's not going to get him in trouble.
That it is, but for me, knowing that the U.S. government's believability is on the line with people like ourselves. Sure. Now, again, Stephen, you're the Capitol Hill expert. You're in the Beltway, man, and you know how all of these processes work, and you know these personalities and how it all works. And I am so thankful for you coming today to add your perspectives and enlighten us on a lot of this stuff. But at the same time, when the government's believability should, I believe should be paramount. And
well, you've raised a key
point.
An
ongoing kind of a situation where, even back when DeLong was coming out, there was all this conversation with To the Stars. There was all this conversation about how the government could actually come forth now and unroll the truth or more truths about UFOs and UAPs and alien visitation on Earth, or are they from here or whatever. And it was important that people understand that they had to keep this secret. They had so many reasons to keep things secret and not tell us the truth, versus the other. And I get that. But if they're going to roll this out, continuing to play dumb on minor things like that, it just doesn't bode well for me. It doesn't, it's something that they can, and it is just, it's a memo. We're talking about just a memo. This is not anything like what happened to John Burroughs and all the other airmen out there in Rendlesham Forest in December 1980, where people were actually physically affected by, objects that we don't know their origin, where they came from, who built them, what they were doing there, and so forth.
But Race, look, there is a massive amount of information that ultimately is going to be either revealed for the first time or confirmed. All right, a massive amount. It's going to take a lot of hearings, a lot of journalism for that to unfold. It's a big deal. And not everybody working here or there is in a position to address this or that, right?
Right.
And then there's an appropriate place for the right people to talk about the right things. The interest of the public is intense, and they want whoever turns up in front of the camera, hey, tell me. I get that. But respect the fact that every one of them are trying to operate within their sphere, and they're trying to do the right thing and not create a problem. But you've raised something very significant. In the early days, 40s, in the 50s, and the 60s, the national security justification for the truth embargo was pretty high, pretty strong. I don't argue about that. The problem the government had is that eventually the truth embargo wore its shelf life was used up, and it no longer was really justified. I think certainly by the end of the Cold War, it was no longer justified. And at that point forward, which is now 30 years on, maintaining that truth embargo has significantly contributed to the undermining of trust in government, which is talked about all the time now, right? And when I say trust in government, I'm talking about the military, which has always had a higher trust figure and trust number than Congress and the press and so forth. But that started to come down. And so a lot of people inside government, particularly the guys that came out with the TTSA, I think one of the reasons they did that is they understood that maintaining the truth embargo was now a negative policy. In other words, more harm than good was being done from it. And the government has got to somehow reestablish the confidence of the American people, particularly the military and the DOD and the intelligence community. And it was going to be difficult to do that when they continue to maintain a lie that every day millions and millions of people around the world came to understand is a lie. And so this for them would be the symbol of them trying to make the effort. Look, there's a point when national security is not sufficient for you not to know these things. And we're trying to get to the point to tell you that. And disclosure will have a very powerful impact on the ability of people to start trusting the government again. And that has implications throughout geopolitical policy. So we're trying to end a lie, get to the truth, and do it in a constructive way. And all these things you've been seeing in statements from former CIA directors and members of Congress and the briefings that have taken place, the witnesses coming forward, the Washington Post, New York Times stepping in, is all part of getting there. But it has to happen in a way that is going to be relatively positive and create as many winners and as few losers as possible. And the public, frankly, would like to have it all out tomorrow. All I can say is the pace of disclosure has never been greater. And if it weren't for pandemics and wars and so forth, I think we'd already be in the post-disclosure world. But given all that, I'm pretty happy. And I'm trying to be as generous. I invite people to be as generous as possible with those that are willing to step this issue appropriately, whether it's Carson or Schiff or Bray or Moultrie or Brennan or Radcliffe or Woolsey, you name it, or Avril Haines. All of these people are going on record in one way or the other and speaking to this issue using the term that now makes it a lot more possible, which is UAP. That's the term, and you're going to keep hearing it because that is the term they want to use, because that is the term that is more comfortable to go public with, right? And that's why we created that term. That's why we pushed that term. All of these people are taking chances to a certain degree, doing, I think, the right thing, and I think we need to be as generous as possible. However, if they drag their feet too much, if they take a U-turn, the entire internet is more than prepared to come and jump right on them.
Well, Steve, I've got three questions kind of that maybe you can answer. Number one, the biggest one is, what do you think will be disclosure? I mean, what that has to happen for disclosure? Number two, is this just an end round because of the Nimitz and some of the stuff that's gone on to skirt disclosure based just on keeping enough stuff classified that they're never going to have to admit exactly what we're dealing with. Okay. And then the last thing is, are you concerned that these next elections could wipe out all this work? Because if a bunch of these people involved get voted out and the party who controls everything changes, will that make a difference in how this moves forward?
Let me start with the third question first. Andre Carson made a very significant statement to the media that turned up in one of the articles. I've already got about 40 articles on my print media archive at paradigmresearchgroup.org, already up and linked. I'm going to put up more very soon. I'm probably going to get up to 100, 150 pretty soon. And you can go and read all of the high-end coverage of this. But Carson made the statement that about the fact that we need to learn about this and so forth. But he went out of the way to point out this is a nonpartisan issue that he thinks the Democrats and Republicans can come together on. Right? He actually said that. He's not the only one that's going there. And in fact, it is a nonpartisan issue. There was only one very minor partisan statement in that hearing today. It was trivial, not a big deal. All right. Why is this important? A lot of the people that are on the Hill right now that have had to raise huge sums of money, millions if you're a senator, to get elected in the first place, right? They're up there and they are fully aware that the partisanship in this country is literally turning toxic poison and could kill off everything, kill off the body politic. They know how bad things are. And now we're about to enter another election season. More money has to be raised. There's going to be more hyper-partisanship and nastiness, and it's going to be unpleasant as hell. Okay? This is not fun for them, I assure you. In fact, the more hyper-partisan it gets, the more money you have to raise to win. And they have calculated correctly that this issue is not only profound, but profoundly nonpartisan. This is something they can hold hearings on, they can talk about without having to get partisan. Some of the most aggressive people addressing this issue are some of the most partisan people in all of media. I'm not going to name names here, but that's not an accident. Now, why is that important? Look, to the extent that any member of Congress can be shown to working with other members of the other party in any context is going to help them in their election. They need to be able to show they can work together. And this is a way they can do that. And I have a feeling that is going to help ensure there's going to be hearings throughout the election cycle. Even as they start beating the crap out of each other, I think you're going to see more hearings on the UAP issue, because regardless of what's happening in the campaigns, whatever's going on, they can come together in those hearings and ask these questions about a nonpartisan issue of great importance and seem like just good members of Congress. So this is not it's not antithetical to the election process. Now, if we get enough hearings this year, it won't matter who gets elected, right? This is a nonpartisan issue. If the Republicans take over the House and Senate and this thing gets the hearings it needs, they're probably going to be front and center with like, yeah, let's get going, boys. Let's get going. So that is my answer to the issue of whether the election could undo everything. Not in this case. There are some other things, I assure you, that a major shift in the administration or in Congress in November could affect. Maybe not this one. Now, the other question you asked was, oh, John, I had it in my head, John.
It was about how far can they go and keep it covered up, like as far as national security, before they skirt disclosure using national security. How can they ever really give an answer on what we're dealing with, because everything of a value so far is being held close to the vest on national security. So, and then the other one was what's going to be disclosure to you. So,
okay, well, disclosure to me is what I talk about all the time. Is not ambiguous at all. It is the confirmation of the ET presence by the president. In other words, the president simply says this phenomenon is extraterrestrial. It's not ours. It's from elsewhere. Bingo. That's disclosure. That's all it is to me. And I created that concept. I put that capital D in front of disclosure way back in 2000 for a reason. Because one, that is straightforward, and it breaks the ice. It brings us into another era. But I haven't said anything about revealing how ETs fly their craft, or whether they have bodies somewhere, or so forth. Disclosure is just confirming the extraterrestrial presence is in fact real. Now, all of the classified stuff is still classified the next day. However, I think we could agree that the desire of people and institutions and the scientific community and the academic community to maybe know more about what the government knows will be rather enhanced. And so without question, you will see, one moment, I have to put my charger in, 1 second. Just take a second. I forgot to plug it in. So clearly, after disclosure takes place, you're going to see the government, I think, voluntarily and under some pressure, start providing information from their classified programs that we can't get now, and we will never get until we get at least a confirmation of the ET presence. But do I believe that it leads to emptying out of all of the files and all of the classified programs? No, it's not going to happen. But we will learn enough, and there will be enough benefits from what they reveal that there's going to be a lot of winners here in the post-disclosure world. So again, it's not, disclosure is just getting over that one barrier, that this is an extraterrestrial phenomenon. We're not alone, all right? It's not about getting information about this particular tech or that particular tech or ending this program. Those are decisions that will be made later on, all right? And one of the problems that we've had in getting to disclosure is that along the way, a lot of people, I mean, it's easy for people to go, yeah, okay, I'd like them to tell there's ETs here, but right now I want to know about, do they have saucers? Where are they? Did they get bodies at Roswell? And so forth. They want to know that, and they want to know it before disclosure. And that has been a problem, and I appreciate it. I don't blame people for wanting those things. That's why I felt this issue had to be resolved politically. It can't be resolved by beating the government to give you classified information. It can't be resolved by simply piling up publicly researched proof showing clearly it's ET. No. It's got to be resolved by ending the political decision that the ET reality of this has to be withheld, which is essentially a classified secret. The government knows it's extraterrestrial, and they are not telling us for national security reasons. Basically, it's a national security secret. But it's a simple one. It's a trivial, simple one. And the cool thing about it is when they finally confirm it, when the president finally confirms it, most of the people say, I already knew that, right? I already knew it. And say, well, then what does it matter? Because when the president finally confirms it, that's when the entire academic community is now given the license to jump in and deal with it, institutions to deal with it, funding to come into it, and it expands the interest, and everything changes. And so that one statement from the president is a paradigm shift. It's almost impossible to describe how important it is, and yet it's so simple. The trick is, how do you get to where the president of the United States can go in front of the press in the East Room and say, yes, I can confirm this phenomena is extraterrestrial.
So that would be kind of like
what
be kind of like what Kennedy did going to the moon. But here's my one question to you, based off these hearings and your timeline going forward. Do you feel this was the beginning, which a lot of people have said too, also, so they agree with that, is what's going to be the biggest holdup? I understand national security is always thrown out, but sitting presidents always don't get the facts, and they even get lied to basically by, like, for an example, I'm just going to use an example of how my opinion this could go. Trump wanted us out of Syria. He thought we were out of Syria. Biden came out and said we were out of Syria. Then they came back and they had to correct it and say, no, we're still there. And what they did was they did a mission scrub and they changed what they were there for. So in essence, they got around what Trump wanted and Biden thought happened, but we really didn't pull out of Syria, and they were still doing the same mission. So the intelligence agencies aren't truthful with our civilian side of government. So I guess my question to you is this: what makes you think it's not that Congress doesn't want the answers, But how hamstrung are they going to be by the intelligence agency tying up the answers to the public by using national security, and what the intelligence agencies will not tell them or lie by omission to, that will hold this process up?
Yeah. Well, you're speaking to what extent have the presidents of the United States, who have absolute access to anything they want access to, can declassify anything they wish to declassify. That doesn't mean they know everything that's going on at any given time. Who could? That's not the point. The point is, do they know anything and everything that they want to know about at a given time? And we know from history that, in fact, on the extraterrestrial issue, presidents have been denied a great deal. And I think it's varied from president to president, but nevertheless, they have been denied. They're not giving the appropriate briefing on this that they're supposed to get. All right. Okay. Which is a constitutional breach, admittedly. Some presidents, I think, knew about this breach, chose not to challenge it, and some did not fully appreciate it. But this gets to, I think, a wonderful example of the two things that have happened in the past and present, and that is the Clinton administration and the current situation. Right? In the Clinton administration, Lawrence Rockefeller was able to get into the administration with a project to try to bring this information out. So he was going through the executive. He got a thing going. He was funding it. And the idea was the executive is going to then force the Pentagon to give them the information so the president could tell the people, right? Not an unreasonable idea, but it was the wrong idea, because the DOD was not going to cooperate, not directly with the president. They stonewalled him. They stonewalled his representative, John Podesta. And when things got too hot because of other developments, such as Corso's book and Schiff's activities and other things, they actually spent the taxpayers' money on, I think, a $12 million Air Force report. It's a lie. Okay, so this obviously didn't work. Okay, and the reason is that's the wrong way to do it. Coming from the president challenging the DOD to finally end the truth embargo is a very destructive option. The proper way to do it is to go through Congress with hearings first. That's what Mellon and Elizondo decided to do. They came out initially in the TTSA vehicle, I get it, but then they split off from that and continued to do the work on the Hill and witness work, setting the stage for hearings. And it was all going quite well, right? And why is this the way it has to be? All right. Whatever the president knows or doesn't know, the process has to be involve the public's representatives, and needs to be transparent. Okay, not some hidden project in the White House jamming on the DOD to get some information. And so what we're going to see is members, committees on the Hill are going to call hearings, finally, for the witnesses on this issue. They will come up on the Hill and they will testify, not give interviews to George Knapp or whatever, but actually testify under oath to members of Congress, which is a pretty big deal. And they will be televised, I can assure you. And so the American people will start seeing John Burroughs and Robert Salas and Dietrich and others and Fravor testifying under oath to members of a committee, getting asked questions. And so information that is kind of out there already is going to be coming out within the context of congressional hearings, and the public are going to be seeing that, and that's good. That's the appropriate way. As those hearings take place, obviously, it's going to become increasingly apparent that what we're hearing here confirms an extraterrestrial presence. Now, does that mean the Congress announces it? No, the Congress can't do that. What it means is that after you've had these hearings in this public, transparent process, now the president can come forward and say, I have watched these hearings. I have talked to my people at the DOD, my appointees. I've talked to members of Congress. I'm convinced this is extraterrestrial. Whether or not the president's been briefed extensively, whether the president really knows that much about the issue, the president will be able to make that statement, and it will be politically appropriate, and the people will be comfortable. It will not be disruptive, and there will be mostly winners, no losers. The DOD wins because they'll be cooperating. All the military witnesses win. The committee chairs win. The committee members that ask the questions win. The Congress in general wins. The press wins because they get to cover all this and show it. And then the president ultimately wins when he or she makes that confirmation. This is the constructive way it should have happened. Wasn't possible during the Clinton period. I get it. Rockefeller gave it a shot. It failed. And that project ended in 1996. So now we're talking 26 years later. It has taken to get from that effort to the right way. I didn't expect it to take that long, but it did. And I'll tell you, one of the reasons that we continue to make advancement is that a lot of people who don't work for the government, citizens, have held the conferences, done the journalism, done the research and so forth, and kept this issue going and going and going so that it wasn't going to just fade away, setting the stage for a major move. And that major move was members within the military intelligence complex themselves making a decision. They were going to go into the public arena, leave government, go into the public arena, and they were going to advance this process and help bring about hearings because they had gravitas and experience that the people in the field like myself don't have. I am not Christopher Mellon. I'm certainly not Luis Elizondo. And so they saw an opportunity to do this. They made their move. It started in 2017. I believe it would have probably succeeded within about 18 months, but extraordinary developments took place that stretched it out for 5 years. But they stuck with it, right? They did not give up. They're still here. And so now we're seeing the outcome of that. So hearings is the way it had to be. Now, in an autocratic country like China or Soviet Union or Russia, hell, Xi Jinping or Putin could announce it anytime they wanted to. They don't have to have some process going on. They'll simply say, oh, I want to tell the people about this, and they do it. They've chosen not to. All right, fine. So we may have the opportunity to do it. And that's the answer to the question, John. It's not easy. It's complicated. But this is a huge issue, and it's just not going to be resolved simply, but it can be resolved appropriately, and I believe that's what we're seeing.
I would stand to agree on those points. I got to be honest with you guys. Sorry I lost you there. To everybody over on the radio side, my sincere apologies. We are in the midst of a real good storm cell passing through us, and I dropped off, and I'm thankful for you guys to keep rolling right along with everything. So I apologize to you folks over on the radio side. You dropped off, but the video stream continued. You are
John,
watching.
Can I ask a question, Race? John, are you have no problem with going up on a hill before one of the intel committees and giving your testimony under oath, right?
You're asking me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my concerns. Okay. And I'll be honest with you. Okay. I don't want to sound arrogant, but if I go up there, I've got you saw what we presented at your hearing.
Right.
And I've got documents to support that why I received my disabilities because of Rendlesham. Okay. I submitted some of that to the ex-members of Congress there, which got a letter to Obama and then got a letter to the VA. So I got my settlement. All right. Which ties into my encounter in Rendlesham Forest. And there's another individual that has also now got disability and treatment from the VA that was with me on the third night. Lou openly comes out and says his family's been threatened, things have taken place, he could be in danger. So he's basically acknowledging there's still people inside the DOD, intelligence agencies that don't want this to move forward. There's two things that I'm concerned about. Number one, if I go up there and testify to an open hearing, then in essence, it's not full disclosure, but just if the government openly admits or is willing to openly admit that what I encountered and was injured by was a UAP, we now have acknowledgement that UAPs are real. And then my second concern is the fact that if they attempt to do that, which is what I think may happen, is who inside that's threatening Lou, Mellon, and those guys that they say is going on would not want, what I have to say to come out, because the difference between Lou and Mellon and all those guys, it's not that their knowledge or what they did or anything. It's there are documents to support that they gave me disability based off my encounter with whatever we encountered, and I was injured by it. So that's a pretty big deal in itself.
That's a de facto admission, in my opinion.
Well, and that's concerns me, not so much that I don't want it out, and it is, but how would these people that Lou and Mellon are claiming that are trying to fight this, how they would react and what would happen next?
All right, let me speak to that. First of all, I'm pretty much aware. I'm aware of the issues that developed that Lou Elizondo was concerned about and addressed. He directly confronted the problem by going to the Inspector General's office, the independent office that embedded in the Pentagon, to address in an independent way issues like that. He brought Danny Sheehan in to be his representative. Danny's a pretty sharp guy and an experienced activist attorney. And most of that has been resolved. The people that inside that were pushing back and creating issues were identified, and I think that's been pretty much resolved. One of them, as you may know, because of the work of Tim McMillan, the debrief. By the way, Tim McMillan and Micah Hanks are doing an absolutely incredible job, worthy of any of the major papers in the country, frankly, or maybe even better in some respects. So that's been resolved. And one of the people was a fellow by the name of Reed. Turns out he had a lot of issues, and he has been removed from his office. And he was Elizondo's boss. A lot of the stuff that is happening with Lou, though, is standard internet trolling, where people say this and say that and maybe make veiled threats or something. But that's just internet crap. That's normal. So I'm pretty sure that there is no right now significant cadre within the DOD that is going to make any draconian moves to somehow muddy this up. I don't think they can. I think it's well past that. Okay. Second point, when you go to testify on the Hill, or the process that goes on up there, it's information. It's not resolution. In other words, what the committees are doing is gathering information. So you and by the way, you wouldn't be alone. I mean, you'll have probably 5 or other witnesses sitting on your left and right talking about these nuclear weapons tampering incidents, right? And let's assume that you're also able to present as evidence for that event, the effects it had on you and what you went through. They're going to take that information. It's not going to get resolved right there. They're not going to say, wow, if that's the case, John, then I guess extraterrestrials are here. No. You're just going to give them the information. They will ask you questions. That goes into the record. Others will also present testimony, and then you will leave. And that will be put into the basket along with any other hearings that take place as the Congress decides what to do. All right. Their job is not to resolve this issue. Their job is to get information to decide what to do legislatively or in the case of oversight. Now, so you're going to be fine. You're going to get to say whatever you want to say, I think, and you're not going to have a problem. And they will take that information. They're not going to be forced. Their hand's not going to be forced. The person that will be watching this, though, that's really important, is the president and the president's aides. They'll be watching this testimony as well, and they will be taking it in. And so at some point, I think the president will be able to confirm the extraterrestrial presence. Now, that's disclosure, and we're in the post-disclosure world. Now, at that point, you may end up coming back on the Hill in the post-disclosure world to again testify about how the truth embargo affected you, how it prevented you from getting records and so forth, in the context of other individuals who have been affected in a similar way in the post-disclosure world. So you may end up going the Hill maybe a few more times than you would like to. I don't think you're a fan of Washington. But again, don't be worried that your initial testimony somehow puts them in a bind or that you're going to have any negative consequences. We're way past that. And you'll just be one of many telling the truth, but under oath. The citizen hearing on disclosure, that was a mock oath. That wasn't actually the real deal. And that's powerful. And you certainly earn the right to do that. And I'm sure you'll take advantage of it.
Well, I don't disagree, but here's the thing: they tried to destroy Lou's credibility. Now,
They failed, but they failed.
Right. But he had to go through that. And
Yeah.
the second thing that I want to bring up is when we got the settlement, there was a lot of people that argued, about what exactly took place. But I have presented enough documents to prove that. And the aide that worked for McCain that spearheaded it has come out on the record. But what I'm concerned about is like when Billy Cox reviewed the records and then followed up with the VA, they hid under HIPAA, and they said that they couldn't discuss my case because of HIPAA. So but they did say to Cox that anybody that receives disability directly ties injuries on active duty, and the evidence we supported was the Rendlesham incident. But what's interesting is that when you go up there and testify, you can get lost in the mess. And what I mean by that is, how do they categorize what's important and what's not? It has been mentioned to me that the Inspector General wants to talk to me. But the interesting thing is that they can bury stuff. Like, for example, and this is just a quick history of what happened with me. Way back, I tried to get my medical records, and they denied it, saying I had to do a request based off of certified documents and stuff that I am who I say I am. So I did all that and they sent it in, and they still denied my access to my records. And they said I wasn't who I said I was, even though I followed their protocol. Yeah. And now my medical records are still classified. And that's a hard pill for a lot of people to accept, that the government would do this to military personnel, number one. Number two, if you remember at the hearing, what you did, most of the people up there weren't even aware there was a classified records section, let alone the fact that, that they would withhold these documents. And they all felt that the documents belong to me and I had a right to them, when in fact they don't. They can be held under national security. So do you see kind of where I'm going with, and how it's going to be hard to explain and take seriously sometimes, or it could be discredited real easily?
There's a lot of things that are going to be hard to explain. I assure you that's one of the reasons the truth embargo was continued, because by and large, everybody that knows anything of significance knows how hard it's going to be to explain. And nobody wants to go through something difficult. And so they just keep kicking the can down the road. You were a victim of the truth embargo. There have been many victims of the truth embargo. Yours is one of the most famous. And why do I mean victim? It was, to me, the story was fairly straightforward, John. You were there. You saw. You were part of a nuclear weapons incident, just like Bob Salas was. But you actually had physical effects. And you had a reason to get information about that. All right. That made your case different. And so the dilemma they had, at least they believed, that by appropriately responding to your medical condition, that risked their position on Rendlesham, meaning nothing burger, nothing there. And so they made the decision that you
essentially meaning that Blue Book ended in 1969 and ATIP started a few years ago, but they were investigating this shit in 1980.
They sacrificed your welfare in service to their national security position, that this truth embargo is absolutely got to be maintained. So you were a victim of the truth embargo. There are others that come in many kinds. There's a pilot that sees something extraordinary and reports it and loses his pilot ability to fly. Kevin Day apparently has been through the ringer. He's coming out with some things that have happened. There have been countless victims of the truth embargo in many ways. I don't know if there'll be any reparations. I mean, you have gotten some settlements, and that's good. But I know that if the truth embargo ends, a lot of the people that have suffered because of it, I will probably have a chance to come forward. They will be able to tell their stories and get some closure on this. But when it comes to national security at that level, let me tell you, individuals are secondary, absolutely, and they will do what they have to do. And your case was very unusual in a way, special. Take the Cash Landrum case. Now, here is a case where just a regular civilian gets injured by this craft, whatever it was.
Several.
Could have been, it actually could have been a human ARV, but whatever, right? And she's injured, and it was nothing she could do. The government was never going to acknowledge that, whether it was their craft or ET or anything else. And so she went through the rest of her life, never getting a closure on that, and obviously never getting any reparations for this. So there's a case. Your case was different. You were military. You were on the job. You were out there. That was a nuclear facility. So while they were able to completely dismiss Cash, they could not dismiss you and Pedersen. And so ultimately, you got at least that, right? What you want now is for them to confirm that that injury came from a non-human vehicle that was investigating or somehow tampering with the nuclear facilities at Rendlesham. And that's going to come from the hearings. And that's why you need to be up there and testify as a witness to a nuclear weapons, basically, event, along with the others. And I know that it will go well, and I think you'll be really very pleased that you're able to do this. And I see absolutely no reason you should have any concern that you're going to get more problems or anything. I do not think that. The blowback against Lou was really kind of narrow from a couple of individuals inside the DOD. Nobody was surprised that there are people inside the DOD that weren't thrilled with what's been going on and where things were going. But if you look at the DOD people involved now, and Avril Haines and Hicks and all of this, I assure you, anybody in the DOD that wants to raise their hand and say, look, let's turn back the clock 50 years. The people don't want to know the truth. They're going to be told to leave the room, John. Their day is done. Now,
right, but
who gets on board when? Which senator, which congressman, which military individual gets on board with this process to advance it as quickly as possible? They're competing almost to see who speaks first.
Well, they need somebody like
We've
McCain.
only got like 4 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say they need somebody like McCain to drive this, because he was partly why I got what I got. And that's what makes me unique. Not that I'm special, but unique because this one incident's been verified. I was in the military, and the government's acknowledged I was injured by the incident. Okay, they've never acknowledged what the incident was. They just acknowledged that I was injured during the incident. So that does make me unique. But here's the next problem, Steve, that's not just with me, but with Cash Landrum and everything else. You have a problem that if they admit that I was injured in this incident, and it's a UAP, and it's intelligent in nature, or is it dangerous or not? Was it just by chance because I encountered it and we didn't understand the technology, I was injured, or what is it? And that would put the government in another bad position. They'd have to admit what they know about the technology and why I was injured and what those injuries meant. And was it dangerous to the American public in general?
Sure. Again, first we get disclosure, and then all of these kinds of things can be revisited in an appropriate way. There are a whole lot of things out there that are still not resolved, that can't be resolved because first you've got to end the truth embargo. And that's the dilemma that you face. Yeah, there's a whole lot of things they cannot do with respect to you or say with respect to you because the truth embargo prevents it. End the truth embargo, and there is no barrier at that point. And so that's what I mean that when I say that if you testify in the hearings leading up to disclosure, you'll be testifying in hearings after disclosure. In fact, all the nuclear weapons witnesses will be testifying, because in the post-disclosure world, your testimony will be joined by testimony from people within government who are now freed up to talk about things they could not talk about before. And so you may have inside people testifying next to you about, oh yeah, this is what happened then. This is what happened with John. We had to do this, and we regret that, or whatever. And they'll literally be sitting next to you. But disclosure is the door to all of this. We have to end this truth embargo. That is the decision and a feeling I arrived at in 1996. I still feel exactly the same way. I wish it hadn't taken 26 years to get here. But issues of this magnitude tend to take a long time. and there was huge global things going on, arms races and the risk of nuclear war and other wars and God knows. And so all of this has just pushed it further and further back. But now we don't just have John McCain. In fact, feel free to contact their offices. You got Marco Rubio, Mark Warner, Kirsten Gillibrand. You've got Ruben Gallego, Tim Burchett. You've got Andre Carson. You've got Adam Schiff. Any one of those pretty well-known members of Congress might very well be happy to have you drop by and talk with them, John. No reason why they would not accept that.
Good advice.
So don't be hesitant to get in touch. They're being briefed behind the scenes by people like Mellon. There's no reason they couldn't take some meetings with people like yourself. What they're trying to do is get enough information to establish the platform that we can end this embargo. I think they're on our side, and there's no evidence. Not a single member of Congress has yet to come forward in all of this time and aggressively push back against what has been happening since the To the Stars Academy came out. Not a single one. And you know that every issue that in existence, it seems, there is at least one member of Congress that will go on the record and absolutely torch it. It's absolute crap. It's nonsense. I hate it. It's a Democratic this or it's a Republican that. Everything is contended, but not this, right? This issue transcends politics. It transcends pretty much anything that we value right now. So all I can say is just feel positive about how things are going to go, and I hope you'll be medically able to participate in whatever takes place.
Well, all that's been breached, but I just want to leave my one point at the end of this, why I'm concerned. We had an agreement in place after certain things took place behind the scenes. Somebody way high up in the government blew it up. And
what do you mean? What agreement are you referring to?
For my disability and my care. That was all agreed to. And all of a sudden it got blown way high up. Yeah. And the DOJ got involved. And then it turned around and McCain had to threaten hearings on Rendlesham before it got taken care of. So all I'm getting at is I really appreciate your points, and I understand that hopefully this will be smoother than it has been before. But I've seen how certain people inside government can put a big wrench in everything and blow things up just when you're on the cusp of getting something important done.
The UFO Twitter and the entire internet is paying close attention now. So now anybody pulls that kind of shenanigans before you, they know it. They're a big deal on Twitter. That was 2013, John. This is 2022. We're near the end. We're in the final days and months of this, and the past is not prologue. And I'm glad you're still here. Because I think your story is going to be told again. You're going to get more attention. You might even get some more assistance. I don't know. But all of the nuclear witnesses are absolutely critical to this process. They are the most important witnesses that will go up in the hill. No other witness. I mean, David Fravor is a wonderful guy, and I think he had a great event. Nobody is more important to the hearing process that's coming than the nuclear witnesses and nuclear weapons tampering witnesses. And as you know, a lot of them are dying. Some of them are in their 80s. However, there is a group of these witnesses that have not really come forward, but may yet. And that is the younger guys who were the security guys, the ones who were up top at these places. They were younger than the officers. So they're not in their 80s. They're in the early 70s. And virtually none of them have come forward because they weren't officers and they just didn't want to take the risks. But so there may be a number of these individuals that will be coming forward if we have hearings. And these witnesses are going to get the most attention. They're going to have the most impact, because what member of Congress is going to say that our weapons being turned off by a craft that we can't describe doesn't really need further investigation, or why should we proceed on this, or why should the president be informed? None of them are going to do that. They're going to fall all over themselves to say, we have to know what's going on. And then the president will say, well, what's going on is, those are extraterrestrial craft.
I think we've had plenty of all of that to take care of all of that.
Yeah.
I think we've had a monsoon of all of that.
We're winning.
Steven Bassett, I want to thank you so much. Guys, we've got to wrap up. I've got less than a minute. I want to thank you for taking the time to come on and give your comments and your views on this hearing today. I owe you one, as I told you on the phone. You've got a big credit with old Race. If there's anything I could do, you know how that goes. But I sure appreciate it. I know you're super busy and everybody in the world wants to talk to you right now.
I wish. My phone is right here. Call me, people. Call me, okay? I want to interview on this as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Stephen.
I'm glad to see you back in the game. I'm glad to see, John, you're still around, doing well, hopefully. And I hope that you take away from what took place this morning as something very, very important. And let's see what the next move is and who makes that move.
Thanks, Steve. John, thank you so much, my friend. You know, we had to get up way early in the morning and come cover this, and you didn't even get to see all of it from start to finish, but you certainly provided great insights that that only you can. And you know, you're among the top of the list of those that I respect the most and trust the most in this. And I thank you for taking the time to come over and be a part of this presentation and the coverage, the live coverage that we've done today. I appreciate it.
No problem, Race. As they say, we're moving forward, right? Moving on up, right?
That's it.
Right. Talk soon.
All right, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate all of you hanging with us. This has been an Un X Network presentation and of live coverage, I might want to add, of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence's UFO hearings live on Capitol Hill this morning. There's a lot of opinion flowing all over the World Wide Web. It's just a buzz right now. And go out and dive into it and get as much of it as you can and develop your opinions, because we're not here to convince you of anything. We're just here to, you know, to try to inspire you critical thinkers and you smart folks and to engage and become a part of it and to learn and to fill your mind with good, credible information. We here at the Un X Network truly hope that we can be a place where it's time well spent anytime you come here and hang out with us on the radio side, on the TV and video streaming side. I encourage you all, if you found this video later, to visit unxnetwork.com. Go take a look at what we've got over there. The UNX Media Incorporated is it's bigger than just radio and video streaming. We've got a magazine, we've got blogs and newsletters, and we've even got a Gold X Club membership that you can become a part of over there. And go look at the growing line of shows that we're putting together. We hope that, you know, you're going to be able to find a lot of what you like over at the Un X Network here. And with that, I'm going to wrap up. I want to thank all of you again for being here. And until then, you know, keep your eyes sharp, keep looking up, and we'll see you next time right here on the Un X Network. Thanks for watching.